Okay, good morning, everybody. We will get started this morning. We start with a public hearing, and I will start by reading the public hearing address. This is a public hearing for proposed Regional District of Okanagan-Smilkameen bylaw number 2800 or decimal 25 of 2023. The proposed bylaws and related information, including written comments received to date, are available for review on the Regional District's webpage. At this public hearing, all persons wishing to speak will be given an opportunity to do so and are asked to commence their remarks by stating their name and address. Written comments may be submitted to the head table before closure of this public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak at this public hearing is asked to do one of the following. If you are participating by a computer, please click the raise hand button, which can be found in the participants panel on the right-hand side of your computer screen. This will indicate that you wish to speak. If you are participating by a phone, please press *3 on your phone's keypad. This will also indicate that you wish to speak. Having indicated that you wish to speak, you will then be placed in a queue until you are invited to speak. All speakers will be restricted to a time limit of 5 minutes until everyone who wishes to speak has had an opportunity to do so. Anyone wishing to speak a second time may do so by following the same protocol of selecting the raise hand button on your computer or by pressing *3 on your phone's keypad. To submit written comments, please email them to planning@rdos.bc.ca prior to the close of this hearing. I will now ask Shannon Duong, Planner 2, to outline the specifics of the proposed bylaws. Please go ahead, Shannon.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw was adopted in April 2022, and it consolidated the individual zoning bylaws that applied to areas A, C, D, E, F, and I. And through day-to-day use over the course of the first 12 months of the adoption of this bylaw, staff have identified various amendments that would be made to address typographical errors that occurred during the drafting of the zoning bylaw, to make clarifications to improve interpretation and understanding of the regulations, and as well to introduce new regulations to address any unintended consequences, such as omissions, that had arisen during the transition to the current zoning bylaw. So this amendment has been made available to the public online as well as by request at the front counter. Therefore, this presentation will solely cover some examples under these different categories. With respect to typographical errors, one of the proposed amendments regards section 6.4.1 sub A regarding fence heights. It makes an outdated reference to rural zones, which was a reference made in the previous zoning bylaws. However, the current Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw does not make reference to this. Therefore, the proposed amendment is to replace this wording with resource area, agriculture, large holdings, and small holding zones. A second example is to rename the title of section 20.5, which is to correct a spelling error in Penticton in the Penticton Speedway zone. Under the second category, which is to make clarifications to improve interpretations, one of the examples of this is to replace the definition of winery under section 4 of the zoning bylaw, as it currently refers to an establishment which is involved in the manufacturing, packaging, storing, and sales of wines, etc. And the use of the term establishment has been seen to imply that the use of a single building for a winery is what is being captured by this definition. Therefore, to provide further clarity, we are proposing to amend this to refer to the use of land, buildings, or structures instead, as we understand that wineries tend, or in many cases, do use multiple buildings. A second example would be to add a new parking requirement for outdoor storage and self-storage, requiring 5 spaces per business, as previously we currently have the storage and warehouse use requiring 1 parking space per 200 square meters of gross floor area, which was seen to require an onerous amount of parking spaces, while the types of businesses, outdoor storage and self-storage, tend to not require this many spaces. Lastly, the final category would be to introduce any new zoning regulations that would address any unintended consequences from transition to this bylaw, specifically omissions. So as an example, we are proposing to add a new section 16.7.5 C under the low-density residential apex duplex zone, just to discuss the fact that side-to-side duplexes don't need an interior side parcel line setback if they're being subdivided for individual ownership, as long as that subdivision follows the center line of the common property wall. This was previously in the electoral area I zoning bylaw, but was omitted as we were transitioning over to this bylaw. And it is seen to present an unnecessary barrier there for anyone who owns a duplex. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Shannon. I will now declare this public hearing open and ask if there is anybody who wishes to speak. Please hit the raise hand button or press *3 on your phone if you're wanting to speak to this. I'll ask for a second time. Is there anybody wishing to speak to this? For a third and final time, is there anyone wishing to speak to these changes? Am I missing any hands, Danny, that you're seeing that I'm not? Yeah, well, directors will speak after. This is... Okay. Seeing no hands, no one wishing to speak, I would remind anybody who is there, if you're wanting to submit anything, it should be done before this closes. I would hope that has happened. Seeing no hands, I will hereby declare this public hearing closed then at 9:07. And thank you everybody for your participation and patience. That brings us over to the committee meetings, and I believe we start this morning with planning and development. So I will go to Director Knodel to chair that one. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Pendergraft. Welcome, directors, to the Thursday, April 20, 2023 Planning and Development Committee meeting. Looking for a motion to accept the agenda. Move Director Roberts, second Director Taylor. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. First item, Q1 Activity Planning and Development Services, the Q1 report. CAO Newell, would you please enlighten us?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So again, this is part of the board's oversight responsibilities. This is how we report out to you on a quarterly basis as to what we're doing administratively. And we try and hit the high points on it. Under planning and development, we have planning services and building inspection by law enforcement services. And we have Mr. Garish and Mr. Petrie sitting at the delegation table to present on what has happened in the first quarter of 2023 and what they have planned within their functions for the second quarter of 2023. So again, if any members were expecting to see something on there that's not there, this is your time to ask, or if you want something on there that you don't see on, then we should have that discussion. So we should turn this over to our delegates, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, CAO Newell. Mr. Garish, please enter into the conversation, if you will.
Okay, so we're going to start with building and bylaw first. So it's Mark Petrie.
Thank you, Mark.
Just want to make a note. I think we need a taller chair to try and make up this height difference between me and Chris here.
Fine on camera.
All right, so we'll start with a few stats just with the activity. So building permits issued in Q1, 113. So we're down 21% over last year, but last year was an anomaly. So we're down about 12% on the 5-year average, and we'd still be up on the 10-year average. So we're still doing quite well. Obviously, revenue's down. Last year was I think it was our best year ever. So it's a tough year to compare to. So that's the 5-year average on the building permit values. You can see last year, I think it was equivalent to 3 or 4 years. Just a breakdown per area with this bar graph. So area A was about 25% higher than any other area. So lots of activity going down south, area D and C as well. Those changed year over year. It's just hard to tell what drives it, but area A has always been a strong player. And then so stop work orders, we added this just to show some of the non-compliance issues. So just naturally area A had 4, not a ton, but that's pretty standard. So that's when we catch somebody, let's say building without a permit, we'd post a stop work order. We try and work with them beforehand, but that would bring them through the process to try and get a building permit. So a big announcement. So the step code has been talked about since 2017. Kind of caught us off guard. They were supposed to implement it in December of last year. They delayed it. We assumed it was going to be December of this year with the new building code coming out, because it would make sense to unroll them at the same time. But on February 8th, they made an announcement that it's going to be adopted May 1st. So we were being told also that there was going to be a prescriptive path, meaning you do not need to hire an energy advisor if you do extra insulation, certain mechanical equipment. But what they said last minute was you need to do a bylaw amendment to allow yourself to use those prescriptive provisions. So this code amendment's especially hard on rural areas where you don't have energy advisors. So it could actually halt a lot of construction, especially places like Tulameen. If you think of that, like from a business standpoint, if you're an energy advisor in Penticton, you're swamped here and you can do 3 files here, why would you go to Tulameen, right? Just so naturally, it would likely be in our best interest to adopt that bylaw change to allow for the prescriptive requirements, to allow people to take that path. So that's something we're going to hopefully bring to the May 4th board meeting. So we do have the wording, and we've been consulting with the province and other regional districts and how they're approached. And everyone's in the same boat. They all see the same concerns. So we'll bring that report to you. So moving on to bylaw enforcement. So it's been steady. We're still closing and resolving lots of files. We received 18, resolved 39, so we're heading in the right direction. Vacation rentals is definitely becoming more popular. And we're looking at different strategies to try and get out in front of that before they become a problem. So it's just trying to get them through the TUP. So the main thing for the bylaw is to try and get them through the different application processes. And if we have to, we'd use the fining and ticketing to try and encourage them more. So untidy and unsightly, that's a very time-consuming one. But you can see it's one of our biggest one in land use, obviously. So we'd be leaning on the planning department. That's where we try and again help ensure compliance with the zoning bylaws and making sure the land's being used appropriately. And if they want to try for an amendment, they'd go for a temporary use permit or rezoning. So again, it's just that tool we use to get them into compliance with the bylaws that apply. So let's say we do end up issuing a ticket, which is generally our last resort, and they don't pay it, we'll take it to small claims court. And we recovered just over $6,000 in small claims court. It works very well. It's just that higher level. They have to stand in front of a judge and answer to the judge, and it's just another level, but just another enforcement tool that we have to show that we do have some teeth in this and that compliance is important.
If I may, thank you, through the chair. So small claims court, is it more advantageous just to add it to their taxes? Is that a possibility? Like instead of going through the whole court process, you don't pay your fine, you add it to their taxes within X amount of years. I don't know, just a thought.
Yeah, so that is the process to put it onto their taxes. We can't put it onto their taxes until we go to the small claims court, and it's a very quick process, quick application. So if they don't pay that, then we can add it to their taxes.
Any other questions for?
Right. So just one point on that, Mr. Chair. To add to their taxes, it has to be land use based because taxes are for land and improvement. So if it's a regulatory bylaw that's not like a noise complaint, we wouldn't be able to attach that to taxes. But anything land based, that is a possibility. Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions for Mr. Petrie? I can't see the boardroom, but I see no hands on the screen. No other questions? Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Petrie. Do we have another presenter?
So, mind if I continue on? Sorry, there's just one more slide here
sorry.
to go through. Nope. Okay, no problem. So just a quick update on the department. So our supervisor did resign in April, and we are going to move the supervisor position down to a bylaw coordinator position. And we have given a verbal offer, so we are working towards filling that. And the animal control RFP, we have chosen a successful candidate. We're just working on the final details for the emergency veterinary costs and trying to make sure we have a proper directive in place. And SOS has said that they would cover us until June 1st, just to make sure that we're covered and can provide that service. So, and the last one, just a couple files that are probably familiar to everybody by now. So 1825 Green Mountain Road, that was remedial action. Sorry, I don't have the year, but there was a slide above. Okay, 2018. So it's been ongoing. It's a complicated one. We do have a lot of powers through the Local Government Act to remediate it ourselves with some guidance from our lawyer. They're just saying you might want to consider just taking it to get a court order to demolish it first, just to make sure you have proper legal standing. But she said, based on her opinion, we don't need that. So it's a bit of a decision we need to make here. But we are continuing to push forward with that. And 847 Highway 5A, the untidy, unsightly. So we finally got in front of a judge and they have ruled in our favor and they ordered them to get it cleaned up by August 31st. So we did meet with them yesterday and we are working towards that. It is a very tough file, a very messy property. It's a tough one to get done by that date, but we're going to continue to push forward and try and work with them. And they are showing some signs that they're willing to work with us, and we've come up with an agreement and some good mapping to try and achieve that. But it's just hard to move 200 cars, especially when some are buried underground, and it's difficult down in gullies. It's not a simple fix. So.
All right. So for planning, I'll just start with some graphs, just showing some activity comparisons over the last few years. So I think for the most part, except for that minor dip in 2020 because of the onset of the health emergency with COVID, our numbers are pretty much consistent over the last 5 years, as you can see here in terms of applications and referrals. And then the most recent breakdown quarterly by electoral area. So despite what Mark is seeing for building permit activity, a lot of the activity that we're seeing is in Naramata, OK Falls Area D, Area I, and Area H. Delegated DVP, so this is just the quarterly kind of update on how these are progressing. So I've changed the stats a bit, restarted the tally with January 1st. So we've had 14 DVP applications come in the last 3 months. 5 of these have been resolved, so 2 came before the board for a decision, 3 were dealt with by staff. There is another one on the agenda today, and then we have 9 that are still being processed. And so I think last time I reported to the board, we were about 45 to 50% approval under delegation, the remainder coming to the board, and we seem to be kind of holding steady with those numbers at the moment. Switching over to projects that we're working on now. So RGS review, I won't spend too much time on this because of course it's coming up next, but we'll be presenting the results of the public engagement that we completed last fall and seeking next steps from the board. The electoral area E OCP review, so we're hopeful to have a final draft of the bylaw finished shortly. And we do have those 2 board policies that speak to providing updates on significant policy changes and implications for active subdivisions. So we're hopeful to bring the draft bylaw and a report in relation to those 2 policies forward to committee in Q2. And depending on the direction we receive, go back out to the public for a final round of input on the draft before we bring it forward for first reading. Soil bylaw, so this is just wrapping up this particular item. So it was adopted March 2nd, so we'll take it off of the quarterly updates now. And subdivision servicing bylaw. So we do have consultants now engaged to assist us hopefully with completing the water and sewer schedule shortly. Hoping to review those internally, at least in terms of Q2 timelines, and then ideally, hopefully bringing those to committee to present to the board. Environmentally sensitive DP review. So we have been helping the province with their audit of our ESDP, and so part of that process was a survey that was undertaken by the province with local QEPs in the area who work with the ESDPs, as well as a select group of property owners who had been issued permits from the RD. That survey is complete, and Stantec, and actually this is an update since the report that's on the regular board meeting was completed, but the province has prepared a draft of their audit, which they've circulated for feedback. So we're in the process of reviewing that now and hoping to get feedback to them next week. And we've put to them the list of upcoming board dates and asked when they might want to come and present the findings of that audit to you as a board. So I just want to make you aware of that in the context of the discussion around bylaw 2912 later today. Falder's own review, again, I won't spend too much time on this because of course it's coming up shortly, but we have taken a stab at attempting to incorporate the Meadow Valley Aquifer study into the amendment bylaw, which we'll be looking for direction from the board on. And depending on that direction, we're anticipating additional public engagement on the amendment bylaw before first reading in Q2, hopefully. So this is new since the last quarterly update. So as the board may be aware, the province, well, actually, I'll take a step back. So as the board may recall, a couple of years ago, the province put forward a request if the board was open to a 10-year extension on a land use contract, and that was in relation to Regulation 133, 2021, which I was the last dot point there. They, in March, introduced the enabling legislation to make that more permanent, and so the Municipalities Enabling and Validating Act, which has now been adopted, is in effect. And it's extended the land use contract for an additional 10 years. And my understanding is that's to allow the province and the feds to continue negotiating and trying to find a better alternative or solution to the land use contract. Interestingly, the legislation does allow for the minister to further extend the contract by regulation, so without the need for further legislative changes. And in terms of the meat and potatoes of the legislation, interestingly, they've allowed us to have the authority to terminate the contract, which I didn't think was in anybody's interest, but we can't amend it anymore, which just an interesting tweak in the legislation. So because of this legislation, I'm probably going to take this off the Q1 update. There's probably not too much more for us to do until the province and the feds sort out what they're going to do with DREO and how to protect it best going forward. And then I just wanted to put on couple of upcoming projects. We're not actively working on these at the moment because we're trying to focus on the projects I just ran through. But you know, as the board will recall, we recently did put forward options papers and the survey results for the housing and vacation rental, and we're basically leaving those with you until later in the year when we're envisioning coming back and doing scoping exercises around both those projects and what it is the board is hoping to do in terms of regulating vacation rentals and or what it wants to do with housing and options and affordability, et cetera. And just last two slides, just following on from the discussions last year that we had. So I want to provide some updates. This is the result of the change with the public notice bylaw, which was adopted last fall and was prompted by some challenges we were having with the electoral area planning budget. And so with the Q1 results now in, I mean, this is subject to change because, of course, we just ran through a whole list of projects that probably will require more advertising. But at this point, after Q1, you can see the difference in projected costs for the budget. So I'm hopeful for maybe the first time in 9 years, we might actually come in under budget on our electoral area planning. And then similarly, we're getting a better sense now with the changes that happened with public information meetings and public hearings and APCs and whatnot in terms of staff overtime. It was hard last year because, of course, so much overtime had been logged in the first half of the year. But we can see now after Q1, and again, this is subject to change because, of course, similarly with the advertising, all those budgets, or sorry, projects I just ran through are going to require some night meetings. So we're anticipating around 200 hours for the year at this point, but that might actually end up going up a little bit as we get through some of those projects. But yeah, it's a significant change based on some of those other changes that we made to public meetings. And that's it for my presentation. Happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Any questions for Mr. Garish? Director Bush, please.
Yes, I was just wondering about that house on Green Mountain Road because it's been a few years now and it's stabilized, and I was just wondering if it could be looked at again by different engineers, or just wondering if that's a possibility.
Mr. Garish?
I can answer too.
Yeah, so this is the property that was, that slipped. There was a geotechnical slip during the 2018 floods. And there was a geotechnical review commissioned by the province under an expense authorization form, and it determined that it wasn't safe to occupy. And the road slipped as well, and it was very unstable. So we put the order on, and we've got an injunctive action ongoing with that case. If the property owner was to do their own geotechnical review and determine that there were mitigative actions that were possible to correct or to make it safe, then of course we would look at that. But that's what it would take. It would take a qualified professional to say it's safe, and then, or that it was safe if these actions were taken. Similar to what we did with North Beach when there was a large rock slide there about a decade ago, is that properties are encumbered until they provide a geotechnical review saying that the property is safe if they take mitigative action. And that is where the Green Mountain Road property is right now. If they don't do anything though, we can't let them occupy because we know there's a hazard.
Thank you, CAO Newell. Does that satisfy your question, Director Bush? Director Monteith, please.
And through the chair, I'm curious about the DVP delegation. What sort of applications have been approved so far? And what is the communication with the director or the board?
Mr. Garish.
So in terms of communication with the director, I don't think our processes have changed. The director should be receiving an email from the file manager when the application first comes in, letting them know that we have the application, what it is they're seeking to do, and asking if you have any comments or feedback that you wish to provide to staff as we begin to process it. And then my understanding is that once a decision has been made, whether it's by staff or by the board, that a letter goes out to the applicant advising them of that decision, and that the director, at least my understanding is being copied on that letter, so they're aware that a decision has been reached. In terms of the ones that have been delegated approval this quarter, I don't unfortunately have that at my fingertips, but I'm happy to follow up afterwards and give you an overview of those.
Follow up, Director Monteith.
Thank you. I guess I'm curious to the process of the staff report being public versus before a decision is being made, because that seems what my community's noticed is that a decision is being made and then the staff report's going up. So the community is feeling missed in not having the staff recommendations or ideas before a decision is being made. So is that still the process, or is it going to be changed?
Mr. Garish.
No, that is the process. So the way it works at the moment, just for the board's benefit, is that when the application comes in, we're immediately sending out letters to neighbors within the radius defined by the bylaw and directing them to the webpage where they can view the applicant's site plans, elevations, rationale, whatever we've received in support of the application. And then there's 15 days for them to provide comment. And during that 15 days, staff is working on their assessment. But there is no report to present until a decision is made, because the report is basically the recommendation for a decision. And so based on that report, then it's either approved, or if it's denied, it gets directed back up to the board for a decision.
Thank you. Director Monteith, are you satisfied? No? Well, carrying on then. Director Taylor, please.
In your slide deck, you referred to subdivision approval. And I'm just curious, is that where the Avery Industrial Park or Business Park is? Is that in there, or is that being dealt with by utilities? And I'm showing my ignorance here, so educate me, please.
Mr. Garrison?
Sure. So if I understand correctly, so the reference to the subdivision in the PowerPoint presentation was the review and update of the subdivision servicing bylaw. So all that process is doing is looking at modernizing the bylaw and updating the schedules for water and sewer design. You're referring to a specific proposal, which I believe has already been issued a building permit. But there is an active subdivision on that site, and the ministry would have issued a number of conditions for them. And I know one of them is because we have the water system and the sewer system, it's connecting to those systems. And how is that going to happen? What upgrades are required? And we're working through that with the applicant. So I believe that's where that's at still.
Thank you. I believe that answers that question. Director Gettens, please.
Thank you to the chair. I've just got a comment and 2 questions if I can. First of all, thank you for planning staff for the soil deposition bylaw. I've received a few emails around people that were really impacted previously who are really looking forward to this spring and summer. And I think we'll probably get a review of how that bylaw is working maybe in 6 to 12 months or so. So thanks again. I know that was a tricky one. My question about the board tracker, I really appreciated that actually in the report. And I'm curious, I think it looks like we're only going to get an update when a decision or a judgment is made, is that correct? Like we won't get an update on things that are still sort of in progress?
We have the board action track. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I jumped in.
You're allowed.
We have the board action tracker coming quarterly now. So under corporate services, you'll see the full board action tracker and all of the projects that have been pending. I think our oldest one is 2018, which Mr. Petrie advised on, but everything else is on there, and that's where we'll address them.
Okay, great. Thank you. With the injunctive action process, so I think, Mark, I've been giving you a few of the emails that I have received about an open file. Can you just share the process of what that injunctive, like I know it's not an RD-led process, but I know we have a role in supporting the process, and just what the general timelines are, and just so the citizens know what to expect when we put a notice on title, please?
Mr. Petrie, I believe, would be answering that one.
Okay, so yeah, we'll just quickly go through what like a typical file that went stagnant on us and they quit being in contact. So we'd send 3 letters, the final being a final notice saying it would be coming to the board for a decision, and then we would, based on our policy, recommend either just a notice on title or a notice on title with injunctive action, or maybe even just to allow it to go dormant. So if you approve the injunctive action, we would then compile the details, send it to our lawyer who would initiate that. And it can take up to 3 years. The Hart file was delayed over a year, just trying to find a judge to hear it. So it's a very long process. Often the lawyers will start strong and leave it, and then so we have to stay on them. So you end up having to manage that as well. You know, you'd hope you would give the file to them, they'd ask you the questions, and they'd be managing it actively, but it doesn't appear to be that way most of the time. So.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions for our delegates? Director Weeb.
And I'll wade carefully into this one. I recognize we typically don't make comments on other people's areas. But I happen to know that through a contact, and I'd just like to ask Mr. Garish if there has been any other issues with the West Bench soil removal and deposition bylaw. I believe staff were involved with this individual and trying to find they're doing basically a renovation on a house to move into their mother's house in order to take care of their mother aging in place. And they ran into a glitch, and they'd asked some questions, and they weren't sure that they got answers that were necessarily helpful. And I wondered if this, being as it's brand new, if you've had more of those issues, or if that just kind of was a one-off with those specifics. Thank you.
Mr. Parrish, please.
Well, so the file that comes to mind, without knowing the specifics, is potentially unrelated to the soil bylaw, because we have an active temporary use permit application dealing with something very similar. But then I'm aware of somebody else who came and was raising concerns about being able to construct a house on the West Bench and excavating the foundations. And I don't know the details, but I recall that the general advice we were going to give to them is, just please try to ensure that you keep the soil on the site, because of course the bylaw has an exemption as long as you're not bringing in soil or removing soil and you're just moving your own soil around, piling it up or whatever, that there's no requirement for a permit. So depending on the specifics of your situation, it might be one of those two scenarios. So, but we are hearing from people in the West Bench and just questions about, as we suspected, what is the volume? How do you measure that? Is this person exceeding it? Do they really need that much soil for what they're doing? And then, people who state that they weren't necessarily aware of the bylaw coming down the pipe and, what the implications might be for now how they want to use their land. And so we're just trying to work through that with them. So.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. I definitely see some questions there in the future with that one. Any other questions for our delegates here? I'm not seeing any hands on either screen. So with that, we'll close this item and move on to the next. Our South Okanagan Sub-Regional Growth Strategy. CAO Newell, would you care to open the door here, please?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So the regional growth strategy applies to the Okanagan only, not the Similkameen, but it is a cascading part of a cascading area of authority for local governments as far as land use control. So you don't have to have a regional growth strategy. That is discretionary, but once you do under the Act, then you're required to maintain it and to review it every 5 years. It took us a long time to get the initial growth strategy adopted, and there were significant issues. Most of them are, of course, dwelt with where growth should occur in the regional district. A regional growth strategy requires that each incorporated community sign off on it before it comes back to the board for adoption. So it is a partnership about, and a larger discussion, really like a strategic discussion about what's going to happen in the regional district over the next several years and where growth should occur and a number of policies. And then under that, we have our official community plans, and then under that, we have our zoning bylaws and all of those permits and red tape that we throw on in order to make sure that development occurs the way we want it to occur. So very important. There's been and Chris is going to go through the process as far as this review. We've had a couple of minor revisions because of the 5-year review requirement, but generally the technical committee is now getting to the point where they can bring this forward for public discussion. So we'll turn this over to Mr. Garish, Mr. Chair, and he'll give the board an update on it.
Thank you, CAO Newell. Mr. Garish, please.
Great, thank you. And I'm hopeful that Danny's able to bring in Fiona, because she's going to be running us through this presentation on the RGS.
Thank you, sir.
Great.
Hello,
And with
everyone.
that,
Hopefully. Sorry, Chris. So I'll begin. As this is a new board and it has been several months since this project has been before the board, I did want to start out by giving some background context on the regional growth strategy and the proposed amendments. Next slide, please, Danny. So the South Okanagan Sub-Regional Growth Strategy was adopted in 2010. And the participants include Penticton, Summerland, Oliver, Osirius, and electoral areas A, C, D, E, F, and I. And the purpose of a regional growth strategy under the Local Government Act is to promote human settlement and ensure that it is socially, economically, and environmentally healthy and makes efficient use of public facilities and services, land, and other resources. Next slide, please. The human settlement and land use goals are the parts of the RGS that we in the planning department use the most, accompanied by the growth management map, which established the primary and rural growth areas. Next slide, please. So on the left here, you can see this is the original growth management map from 2010, and highlighted with the red stars, we have the primary growth areas, and these are the areas where the majority of future growth in the South Okanagan should be directed. And then the 10 rural growth areas with the blue stars are the areas where limited future development is anticipated or where development has been predetermined through approved zoning. Next slide. Following the adoption of the RDS in 2010, a decision was made to implement the growth boundaries for the rural areas in the respective official community plans as each of the OCPs was reviewed. And we have been working through these over the past several years. You'll notice the asterisks under the Area F and A OCPs, and this just indicates that an outcome of these reviews was that the recommendation that the suitability of these rural growth areas be revised in the next review of the RGS. Next slide, please. So, under the Local Government Act, it is required that an RGS be reviewed every 5 years. The first review was completed in 2017 and resulted in the updated growth management map that you can see to the left on this slide. And then 2020 marked the next required review year, and the board did opt to include it in the 2020 business plan. Now, the scope of the review initially was to be a medium level review focused on rural growth areas that had been identified in these OCP reviews and minor updates to other sections of the bylaw, such as the planning context and the climate change and mitigation sections. Next slide. However, over the past several years, there have been instances where we have received proposals for subdivision or higher density development outside of the primary and rural growth areas. And RDOS planning staff have come forward to the board seeking direction on the consistency of these proposals with the RGS. And staff have expressed that they had concerns, that they felt that the proposal was inconsistent with the RGS. However, in each case, the board came to the conclusion that these proposals were consistent with the RGS. And on the next slide, we have just another couple of examples of when this occurred. So next slide. At the June 2nd, 2022 Planning and Development Committee meeting, the board resolved to pursue a major amendment to the RGS with the goal of providing more clear direction on managing growth outside of the currently established primary and rural growth areas. Next slide, please. So specifically, we are proposing to replace what is currently the primary and rural growth areas map, titled Map 3, with a new growth management map, which is the more colorful one on the right. Next slide. And we are proposing to update the current primary and rural growth area classifications with the wider range of classifications to provide greater direction on future development proposals outside of growth boundaries. And the map that you saw on the previous slide just provides a visual representation of these classifications. So the next slide, please, Danny, and one more. So I'll take you through what each of these categories are. So first of all, we have the proposed growth areas. Growth areas are what are currently called primary growth areas under the existing RGS bylaw, and they include urban centers identified for existing and future urban growth, which offer a wide range of commercial, institutional, and industrial land uses, and the necessary infrastructure, services, and amenities to accommodate sustainable future growth. And the growth areas include Penticton, Summerland, Oliver, Osoyoos, and OK Falls. Next slide, please. So the areas that are currently rural growth areas have been divided into two categories: resort areas and village settlement areas. And the three communities that were identified as needing review for suitability as rural growth areas under those previous OCP reviews have been removed as rural growth areas as part of this proposal. So first, we have resort areas. This includes small resort-based communities with a mix of commercial services, institutional uses, tourism accommodation, and low, medium, and high-density housing, which have generally been settled as a result of a nearby recreation area. So currently, Apex is the only designated resort area, but there is the possibility of other resort areas in the future. Next slide, we have village settlement areas, which includes communities that offer a limited mix of commercial and institutional uses with mainly low density housing types. These communities have some water and or sewer servicing. However, it has not yet been extended to the full community. And this is the category that applies to Naramata, Kaleden, and Gallagher Lake. Next, please. Next is rural residential areas. This includes lands outside of a municipality or town site that have generally small parcel sizes and are serviced by community water and or sewer servicing. New development and rezoning of lands categorized as rural residential area will be limited to proposals that are consistent with the land use designation of the area under the applicable official community plan and where existing servicing is available to support the proposal. Next, we have rural areas. This includes moderately sized parcels that have on-site servicing. Community servicing on these parcels is limited to fire protection and solid waste collection. Parcels classified as rural area are to remain unsurfaced, and rezoning of lands in this classification is discouraged. Next, so agricultural area. This is lands that are predominantly used for agriculture and lands identified as part of the agricultural land reserve or partially within the ALR. And the goal of the agricultural area is to protect this land from for agricultural use and compatible value-added agricultural activities. Next, resource area and open space area. This includes various community watersheds, which on our mapping, we have added an extra layer with this sort of light blue that you can see around the edges here to indicate the watersheds. It also includes crown land, provincial parks, and protected areas. Environmentally sensitive habitat, ranching and grazing land, land used for natural resource extraction, independent power production, and compatible recreation opportunities. And we see resource area and open space land as remaining as large unserviced parcels. Next, and the last classification is radio astronomy research area. And this applies to lands designated Dominion Radio Astrophysical Observatory Interference Area in the electoral area C and I official community plans. And the goal of this category is to minimize radio frequency interference within this area due to its proximity to the observatory's radio telescope equipment. We have displayed the radio astronomy research area in purple on this slide, but on the actual map, it has this light blue diagonal hatching that you can see on this smaller inset of Twin Lakes. And most of the land with this classification has an underlying classification of either agriculture or resource area and open space. But it is proposed that that the radio astronomy research area policies take precedence over the underlying classifications. And as well, it's proposed that any proposal seeking to introduce a new land use category other than agriculture area or resource area and open space within the area designated as radio astronomy research area, this will be considered inconsistent with the RGS and would require an amendment to the RGS. Next slide. So in addition to all of those new classifications, we are also updating the climate change mitigation and adaptation section of the bylaw. And these updates are to reflect the new provincial legislation and direction on climate action. So as you may be aware, the RDOS, City of Penticton, District of Summerland, Town of Oliver, and Town of Osoyoos have signed the BC Climate Action Charter along with many other local governments committing to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And we have agreed to take action to achieve certain goals, such as those listed on the slide here. So we're just updating some of the policies to reflect these goals. Next slide, please. We have also updated the population and demographics section of the bylaw in order to incorporate the newest census data. This includes new population estimates and projections and figures describing growth by electoral areas. And as well, we have made minor updates to the planning context section of the bylaw to recognize these new classifications that we are introducing and remove any other references to the primary and rural growth areas, which we are proposing be removed. Next slide, please. So at the June 16th Planning and Development Committee meeting, the board adopted the consultation plan. So that we then went out and sent out referrals to all necessary external agencies and First Nations as required by the Local Government Act. As well, we went around and presented these proposed amendments to the municipal councils. We held 6 public meetings throughout the South Okanagan, including 5 in-person meetings, 1 each in Penticton, Summerland, Oliver, Oswego, and OK Falls, and 1 held remotely via WebEx. And through this period too, we have been accepting public and agency feedback and collecting this feedback. We've met with our technical advisory committee, which is made up of senior planning staff from the member municipalities, and generally reviewed the feedback we have received and made some revisions to the draft bylaws and put together the context for the consultation review today. So as there was such a large volume of feedback, we put together a feedback summary and response sheet, which you can find at attachment 4, I believe, to the report, which enabled us to provide a response to what we heard and also helped us pick out key themes that we were hearing throughout the feedback. And for the feedback that we did receive from external agencies, it's also attached to the report, but this feedback we did incorporate more directly into the draft amendment bylaw as was appropriate. So next slide. And just to give the board an update or an idea of the timeline for this project, so dependent on what we hear from the board today, the next step would be to complete any final revisions and then bring the amendment bylaw forward to the board for first reading. We will likely make the effort to go out to the municipal councils one more time before then, just to give them an update on what direction the board sets today. And then after the amendment bylaw has received first and second reading, we will formally refer it out to the municipal councils, and they will have 60 days to give feedback, or hopefully accept our proposed amendments before we can then proceed with a public hearing if the board would like us to hold one, and then finally third reading and adoption. Next slide, please. So now to get to the options that are before the board today. So we have come up with 3 options for the board to consider. Next slide, please, Danny. The first option would be to proceed with the amendment bylaw as presented to the board earlier in this presentation. This is administration's recommendation. However, we do recognize that this does not address some of the issues raised in the public feedback. Next slide, please. The next option highlights some of the key themes that came out of the public feedback. So to begin, at present, Naramata and Kaleden are designated rural growth areas under the existing RGS bylaw. And as a result, they are a focus for funding and infrastructure upgrades, as well as for accommodating a certain amount of population growth over the next 20 years. And under the proposed amendments, they are being classified as village settlement areas, which include similar goals. So some of the feedback that we heard from Naramata and Kaleden residents was that they would like to be removed as growth areas or have these areas reduced in size. So first of all, just a note that more than 90% of the feedback that we received from the public was from residents of electoral area E. Many of the responses suggesting that Naramata be removed as the village settlement area, as I mentioned, or be reduced in size to match the Naramata Village Center, as is defined in the electoral area E official community plan. Removing Naramata as a growth area or limiting its growth boundary to a small area of land could adversely affect the long-term development of the broader village area, as well as the provision of public infrastructure, and could have implications for the creation of a vibrant village area that is able to sustain the many wonderful businesses and community services that are in the community, and the development of alternate forms of housing that may be more affordable. Similarly to Naramata, Kaleden residents referenced a desire to have Kaleden removed as a village settlement area, and also the public assent vote to provide sewer collection for Kaleden failed, which appears to demonstrate a desire from residents for Kaleden to remain an unserviced rural community, not a growth area. Something else just to highlight, as the board is aware, the province has recently announced legislation to expand housing supply through the Housing Supply Act. This includes establishing housing targets based on the housing needs reports and census growth projections. And while the proposed RGS amendments do include a target of 95% of growth occurring in the growth areas, some amount of rural growth will occur in the electoral areas. And the proposed village settlement areas, Kaleden, Naramata, and Gallagher Lake, and their growth boundaries aim to direct this growth in a sustainable fashion and to avoid rural sprawl being the development that does not have access to the proper infrastructure and amenities. We feel that planning the long-term community vision and design of community infrastructure for areas experiencing or expected to experience growth in advance, rather than relying on individual or site-specific bylaw amendments and subdivision applications, is preferred and helps ensure that community facilities and services can meet the needs of existing and future communities. And it also allows for the efficient expansion of services. So encouraging the clustering of residential development and growth around infrastructure, facilities, and services, such as through the proposed village settlement areas and growth areas. It can help to achieve lower servicing costs and to reduce development pressure on low-density rural, agricultural, and resource area lands, and preserve important natural landscape features, of which we have many in our region. And again, the RGS is designed to be a long-term 20+ year plan for growth in the region. And as such, growth and development will not occur all at once. We feel that the village settlement area classification supports incremental managed growth while protecting the rural agricultural character of the RGS area. And back to the previous slide for 1 second, Danny. And then the third thing that we heard out of the public feedback was in regards to the climate action policies. Some people feeling that these policies were not ambitious enough, and others asking that this section be removed in its entirety. As the current RGS review has taken quite a long time to complete, we feel that further revision of this section is not a priority at this time, but it could be made a priority of the next RGS review, and the next review year is 2025, so not too far away. Next slide, please. Lastly, the final option is for the board to abandon the project and not proceed with the proposed bylaw amendments. Thank you. So just as a reminder, the administrative recommendation is option 1, to proceed with the proposed amendment bylaws as presented to the board today. However, alternate options are available to the board. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you for bearing with me through quite a long one. And Chris and I are happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Ms. Tepley. A great presentation on a very contentious issue for sure. Any questions for Ms. Tetler or Mr. Garish, please? Director Fedrigo, please.
Thank you through the chair. As was mentioned, quite a bit of feedback did come from Area E residents. And I am challenged with the proposed map because a lot of that feedback wasn't included in there. As well, reading through external agencies, there was requests from the ALC to have ALR property sort of removed from some of the major growth areas, and that also wasn't on there. So how was the residents and external agency feedback taken into consideration, at least from my perspective, in terms of the map?
Which one of you would like to take that question, please? Mr. Garish, you're looking like you're prepping up.
Well, sure, I can take a stab at it. So I'll start with the ALC or ALR lands first. And I mean, there was a lot of different iterations of the map before we landed on the one that we did. And I mean, we appreciate the feedback from the commission, but our concern is that to try to balance how do you properly reflect what's the urban growth boundary and give the municipalities flexibility without having to amend the RGS every time they are doing development within their boundaries, yet also somehow highlight that there are ALR lands within the municipal areas that really should be protected from development. Is it better to keep that designation off the map or to keep it on the map so we can see where it is within the municipalities? And so where we ended up, which is the map that's before you today, shows where ALR land is within Summerland, within Penticton, et cetera. And so our hope is that when the municipalities do the growth boundaries through the OCP, yes, the RGS is showing the whole of their municipal boundary as pink, but within the OCP, they're drawing their growth boundary to exclude the ALR lands that we've shown on our map. So that's the approach we've taken. With the feedback from the residents, I mean, staff is very appreciative of the comments that we received, but we are turning it over to you as a board to give us direction on how you want to deal with those requests, either in relation to Cleedon or Naramata, to revise those growth boundaries. We support the boundaries as proposed originally. We feel there's benefit to that and it makes sense. In the context of Cleedon, I believe the boundary reflects what was originally proposed for the sewer extension. Similarly, for Naramata, the growth boundary reflects my understanding of what is the proposed sewer area through the various phases over time. So that's where we're at with those two questions.
Director Federico, are you follow up? No? Director Roberts, then Director Monteith.
Thank you to the chair. And again, this is a question probably mostly based out of ignorance. When we're looking at resort areas like Apex, how do you differentiate between, like, for instance, the resort itself as one piece of property, like one owner, and how they manage versus the outlying properties and their development of like privately owned land outside of the resort itself, but attached to the resort? How does that, how do you navigate that in regards to controlled development in a sensitive area? Thank you.
Mr. Harris, please.
So my understanding of the boundaries that we've drawn around Apex, they reflect, because of course it does involve Crown land that the province has made available for the resort, and then obviously there's privately held land at Apex as well. And our understanding is that the boundaries shown for Apex reflect that actual designated resort area. So development happening outside of that area would fall under whatever that category happens to be. I suspect it's rural. So for the most part, we don't see services extending out there. However, I think as Fiona indicated during her presentation, I mean, there's always the scope for additional resort areas to be created, or in the context of Apex, especially if there's an expansion of the resort proposed and approved by the province, for that growth boundary to be changed or amended to reflect that, so that servicing higher density, et cetera, can happen within that expanded area.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure that answers that question. Director Monteith, please.
And to the chair, I have a few questions. So I guess the first one is the RFI area. Has that changed, expanded at all in this presentation?
Mr. Garrish, please.
It has not.
Thank you. I have heard a lot. Through an election, you do hear a lot from your residents, and the community, through the referendum with the sewer, with everything, they've said that they don't want to grow. They want to stay a rural community. The feedback from our local water purveyor, which is an irrigation district, is they don't have the infrastructure to maintain growth. So we're sort of at a critical point in Cleedon. So I'm hesitant to keep us in a perspective of encouraging growth in an area that doesn't feel that they can sustain that. I'm looking for, as much as the decision, yes, is in the hands of us to move forward, I also feel that there's valuable insight coming from our APCs. And I do feel that they were asked for feedback, but at that time they weren't able to meet and it was just really complicated. I feel that giving them an opportunity to meet would be good feedback that we could bring forward to make some decisions, specifically because this would be a large change for my community. So I would like to make a motion that this goes out to our APCs and to electoral areas that want it. I don't know if all do, but I know that mine would definitely like to have some feedback.
So you've made a motion. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconder, Director Federico. Further discussion? I'm not seeing any hands on that, so we have a motion. Oh, Director Taylor, please.
I see value in that discussion. I think those are relatively informed community members. I think that would be useful. And I really thought this was a terrific presentation. I got helped me bring a lot of, it's a tough read. So your comments really helped shape my thoughts better. And I think the more feedback we get from people who are as aware similarly, that would help us.
Thank you, Director Taylor. Any other comments or questions before we call the question? I
have a question.
Who am I?
It's Helena, Director Conans.
Oh, sorry, Hannah.
That's okay. Thank you, through the chair. I think it's also important to reflect on our strategic priorities of housing, which is one of our #1 priority. So going back and speaking with APC and community and everything, but also balancing that with what we all agreed was our strategic priority. I think it's important. One of our most important strategic priorities.
Thank you, Director Conans. I agree. Any other comments, Director Van Alpen?
Thank you, through the chair to Mr. Garish. So in the conversation like about Culloden and the majority of people do not prefer to have a sewered area, does that then eliminate them from carriage homes and or secondary dwellings, suites on their properties if they don't have sewer?
Mr. Garish?
Well, yes and no. It's not an easy answer or question to answer simply because, obviously there's a parcel size consideration and there are parcels greater than a hectare in Culloden, but as Culloden has experienced, which I think is one of the reasons for the Culloden zone review, is there are not ways to get around it, but there's ways to comply, and a strata sewer system is one of those ways, right? So so it doesn't rule it out entirely, but it just makes it a little bit more onerous on the property owners to find a way to meet or to comply with the bylaw, which is a strata system or a corporate system or some other kind of treatment plant.
Thank you. Let's see, Director Trainer.
Thank you. Would you be able to remind us just of the benefits of these two areas, Naramata and Culloden, becoming a rural growth area? Like, I think you mentioned that they would have access to grants. Maybe just like a quick summary of the benefits again would be helpful for me.
Or Ms. Tetley, which one of you would like to take that one?
Well, Fiona, you covered, if you just give a quick overview of some of the comments you made about what Naramata envisions through its OCP for its village core and how being a village center area can facilitate that.
Thank you. Ms. Tetley?
Thank you. So just a clarification. So under the current RGS, Naramata and Culloden are already rural growth areas. We're just renaming the rural growth areas to the resort area and the village settlement area classification. So some of the things that I had mentioned in regards to for Naramata in their OCP, they have referenced a desire for a vibrant community village that's able to sustain multiple year-round businesses and community services such as schools, library, and other community hubs like that. And also that having it as a village settlement area and potentially more servicing in the future will allow for more affordable housing options and alternatives other than single detached dwellings.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Director Trainer?
Yes, it does. I just wanted to just be clear in my head and make sure that the residents are clear when they do have, if it does go to their APC, that they know that they're really clear on both the benefits and the downside of removing or staying in. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments before we go to the question? I'm not seeing any hands. I do have a comment. I'm wondering whether, I think we'd kind of have to have staff present to present this. This is a very complicated file. So just throwing it to the APCs without staff backup on this particular one would be very difficult to do. Yes, Director Taylor. You're on mute, sir. Most
When you're
common
finished.
word in the English language these days, you're on mute.
Yeah, in speaking in support of this, I would like to have staff make a presentation to our APCs. I think we could discuss with staff. They've done a joint presentation once before. I don't think we want to unnecessarily add time. I think it can be done fairly expeditiously.
Thank you, sir. Okay, carrying on to, I'm just kind of curious, a question that we might have to look at is how long we'll actually have choice on these matters. I see the provincial government is putting considerable force to urban centers on how they do their growth. And I think it's just a question of time before they cast that eye on the rural areas and start putting some metal behind how they ask. It won't be, do you want it? It's going to be how you do it, I think. Most of this comes about because of our problems with affordable housing. So it's probably time to start asking some questions of the provincial government on issues like legislation to protect landlords from abuse of tenants. That's taken an awful lot of housing out of the rental market. And without some protections, single landlords, small landlords are not interested in jumping into this. So that adds more weight to the problem. I didn't hear anything here about systems to allow for rural areas to densify without increasing titles, and that's something that we should probably be looking at. That's issues too that come back to the province, like the 1 hectare versus 1 acre on the OBWB question, which we'll have to chase along. We also have to kind of wonder about market housing costs, or a lot of being driven by the costs of our buildings. And a lot of those costs are being added to by upgrades to the building codes. The step code alone is going to add substantial cost to these houses, and it just drives the cost of housing even farther more into the non-acceptable. And all of a sudden we have to subsidize it, which is now raising the taxes on these lands. So we have some issues there that we're going to have to discuss with the provincial government on that. One other thing I'd like to see added to this thing before in discussion, though, is we have properties, and we just, Director Roberts and I had a chat about one of these properties, which have physical divides on them. And I dislike properties that are divided by a creek, a road, or even an accessible mountain range or whatever. So we may want to look at including these issues in this plan going forward. That being said, are there any other comments before we call the question? Seeing none, I'd like to call a question to move this in front of the APCs with the stipulation that we have presentation from the staff. All in favor? Any opposed? I see Mr. holding a hand up and waving frantically there. Mr. Garish, please. I know we're in the middle of a vote here. Maybe we better get this out before there may be a problem with the vote as such.
Director Knodel, Director Monteith was wanting to comment on the motion that you said, not that she said.
Thank you. Shall we start with Mr. Garish and then go to Director Monteith, please?
Sorry, I don't mean to interject into your vote here. All I was going to say is that when we did make the changes to the APC meeting schedule and staff attendance, that we did allow for provision where the board can direct a combined joint regional type meeting to address these very types of situations, so that we don't have staff going out. So I was just going to remind the board of that, and that you can direct that we have one single APC to deal with this issue.
Thank you. Director Monteith, please.
To the chair, that wasn't my motion, so I guess I'm challenged by that. I do agree that having staff present is going to be critical in this because it does impact my community. I would like my community to have its voice and its time with staff. So I'm not in favor of combining it. I'm happy to ask my APC to meet with staff during staff hours, but I don't feel that my community is going to have the experience it needs to get the input into the process. So yeah, I hope that helps.
Let me clarify, Director Monteith, you don't want any presentation by staff at your APC meeting on this?
Sorry, to the chair. No, I do want to ask my APC to meet at a different time, and that would accommodate meeting with staff. So, but I would like to have my APC meeting separate, as they are now.
Fair enough. I personally feel that these should be separate meetings, to be honest with you. I think a joint meeting might become cumbersome. So moving forward, I'm seeing this motion as being an individual area meetings with staff present is how I'm reading this motion. Is that how you're seeing it, Director Monteith?
And through the chair, maybe I'll just reshare my motion. So I would like to make a motion that the regional growth strategy goes out to the individual APCs, and if possible, have staff present, which would mean changing their meeting time to do so if they feel they need to.
Thank you. Ms. Malden, is it possible to amend that motion as such?
So the original motion was to refer the matter to the APCs, and it was left at that. There was a mover and a seconder for that.
So would we amend this motion at this point, or carry on?
So maybe, sorry.
Director Monteith.
So I do believe that our meetings are set by the board, right? So if we did want to have that flexibility to change our meeting time, then we would need to have that in the motion. Is that correct?
Ms. Malden?
I mean, at any time, an APC can be amended. There is public notification requirements and everything. And I'll just refer over to Chris Garish.
Just a reminder, might help the board as well. We do have the ability to call special APC meetings, which might be suitable for this particular project. So those can occur outside of the pre-established schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Director Monteith?
All right, so back to the motion. So I think that just referring it to our APCs and then let things unfold.
Thank you very much. The original motion then is to take this to the APCs individually. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. That was relatively painful. Thank you. We'll carry on to item D, Falder Meadow Valley Zone Review, Electoral Area F. CAO Noel.
Okay, we got 10 minutes on a presentation that was scheduled for a half hour, Mr. Chair, but we'll at least get this entered, and then we'll see how far we can get. So yes, we're ready to go on the Falder Zone Review, and we'll turn this over to Mr. Garish.
Thank you. Mr. Garish, please.
Great, thank you, and I'll pass this over to Ms. Wong.
Ms. Wong, are you available?
Yes, just waiting for my presentation.
Are we winning here or we need background music?
We're just getting the presentation up.
Thank you.
Okay, so I had quite a bit of background just to run through, just because this is similar to the RGS where this first came forward to the board back in 2021. I'll try to move through it as quickly as possible, but just the gist of it is that this project was initiated after getting a number of concerns or hearing a number of concerns from the public regarding water resource issues in the Falder area. And this was in relation to a proposed rezoning for a subdivision south of the Falder water service area, the water system area. So we've done multiple studies to kind of assess the capacity of the water system. And since then, we have constructed additional infrastructure, including a new well, as well as a uranium treatment plant. Now, we've seen a number of development proposals out in Falder since 2014, mostly to increase density either through the rezoning to facilitate subdivision or subdivision applications that have been referred to us by the MOTI, where a rezoning was not required to facilitate subdivision. So that kind of compounds the issue of the water resource concerns that we have seen in the Falder Meadow Valley area. So the electoral area F OCP currently does speak to the water concerns generally in the Falder area. However, the current policy is a bit vague as it speaks to maintaining the rural character of the area and does not speak specifically to the water-related concerns in terms of the more recent subdivision development proposals that we've seen. So the issues that we've been trying to address through the Falder Zone Review is whether the current OCP policies actually reflect community concerns regarding future development in Falder and Meadow Valley areas in terms of water availability, and whether the zoning bylaw should be permitting increased density such as subdivision and accessory dwellings within the water service area. Now, as I mentioned, we have seen this since August 2021, and a lot of work has been done to kind of move this project forward. The project was deferred back in December 2021 by P&D, pending the aquifer study, which was completed in July 2022. In August 2022, the results of this aquifer study were presented to the board, if you might recall. And following that, we did get a motion from the P&D committee to update the amendment bylaws to incorporate that study. So just a quick overview of the Meadow Valley Aquifer Study. This did assess the capacity of the overlying Meadow Valley Aquifer, which covers Falder and Meadow Valley, to support the variety of land uses that we see in this area. So this included a conceptual model of groundwater flow, groundwater availability through the 4 distinct subregions of this aquifer, as well as the climate and water demand projections. As mentioned, they did identify 4 distinct subregions, and this is important because it does really, the vulnerability and the supply limitations do vary quite a bit depending on where you are within this aquifer area. So the key recommendation that came out of the Meadow Valley Aquifer Study, from a planning standpoint at least, that we're hoping to address with the Falder Zone Review, is the recommendation to limit or prevent additional development, land uses, or activities that draw water out of the Meadow Valley Aquifer within the Meadow Valley or North Falder subregions. And I'm just going to skip over this because I already mentioned that, but we are coming back to you now after the September 22nd, 2022 meeting to get further direction from P&D as to how we would like to proceed with the proposed OCP and zoning amendments. So I'll just go through the options in a bit more detail in my next few slides here. So the board does have the option to maintain the status quo, which would be to move forward with the December 2nd, 2021 versions of the amendment bylaws previous to the Meadow Valley Aquifer study having been undertaken. So this would involve the introduction and revision of official community plan, local area policies for the Falder Meadow Valley area to discourage rezoning for subdivision. And it would introduce new zoning provisions for properties that exist within the Falder water system in order to limit density and uses, as well as to prevent further subdivision of the properties within that area as well. And this option just seemed to take the scope of just the aquifer level. So it would contain, or it would capture both the aquifer as well as the Falder water system that exists within it. And in terms of these options, they do, like I said, they focus predominantly on the Falder community water system, as well as the Meadow Valley Aquifer. So it's predominantly a revision of the existing OCP policies that we have, but also providing additional policies to speak to preventing or discouraging the expansion of the water system and subdivision within the water service area. And as mentioned, this would involve the introduction of a new small holdings Falder zone. So that would be the SH6 zone to be applied to properties within the water service area. And density and uses would be restricted specifically by restricting densities per parcel to one principal dwelling unit. And it would remove secondary suites, accessory dwellings, and agriculture as permitted accessory uses. Additionally, it would apply a 5-hectare minimum parcel size for subdivision, which would effectively prevent subdivision of any parcels in the Falder area absent of an approved rezoning. And moving on to the second option, this would be to revise the amendment bylaws. So this was what we did to update the amendment bylaws after the Meadow Valley Aquifer study was completed. So it would update the December 2021 version of the amendment bylaws. And it would also maintain those same zoning provisions that I spoke to regarding the small holdings Falder zone. But there are some new things that we are bringing forward as it relates to the Meadow Valley Aquifer study. And more specifically, it would be expanding the scope of the official community plan and zoning amendments so that we're addressing not just the Meadow Valley Aquifer and not just the Falder water system, but also to kind of expand that to include the designated community watersheds in Area F. So this would include Farley, Peachland, Shingle, and Trout community watersheds. Additionally, it does propose the introduction of a new watershed resource area zone, specifically for crown parcels within the watersheds, which we currently see in electoral area H. So just a quick briefer on the designated community watersheds. These watersheds are designated by the province under the Forest and Range Practices Act with the purpose of protecting water used for drinking. Now, specifically, the Trout Community Watershed is where the Meadow Valley Aquifer exists within, and this extends between electoral areas H and F. And as I mentioned, electoral area H already has a watershed area resource area zone, but this kind of goes back to the introduction of policy statements and background statements regarding the protection, maintenance, and management of the Trout Community Watershed within electoral area H. And then the electoral area F OCP actually contains policy currently, which speaks to the identification and establishment of a watershed resource area zone for Crown lands within the designated community watersheds in the electoral area. And option 2 is seen to implement this policy. So this would involve then the proposed additions to the resource area OCP policies regarding the protection, maintenance, and management of water resources within those 4 watersheds. And additionally, it would include the introduction of, or it would include the rezoning of Crown lands within the watersheds to watershed resource area to limit uses that could negatively impact water bodies. And this, as I mentioned, this is only going to be this is only proposed to be held to Crown lands, and any private parcels would hold their existing zoning. And lastly, the board does have the option to abandon the project and not proceed with the amendment bylaws as well. So I'll just do a really quick summary. Option 1 is seen to address the development concerns in or near the water system, but it doesn't address the Meadow Valley Aquifer study or the OCP policies that we have currently existing in the electoral area F OCP bylaw regarding the protection of the community watersheds. Option 2 does address the Meadow Valley Aquifer Study and the development concerns at a much larger scale, so at a watershed level, and is seen to be consistent with the September 2022 direction that we received from the P&D committee. And lastly, option 3 does not address the Meadow Valley Aquifer Study or their watershed-related OCP objectives, but it would free up time for staff to complete other board priorities. So in terms of next steps, depending on the options we choose, it would vary a little bit, both for option 1 and 2, just because of the length of time that has passed since the public and agencies have seen these amendment bylaws. And agency referrals seem to be necessary, as well as additional public engagement prior to the consideration of first reading. And with option 3, naturally, we would have no further action. So that was a bit of a quick one, but I am happy to answer any questions. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Dion. Any questions for Ms. Dion, please? Director Coyne Jr., please.
I've got a couple. So if you went with the Trout Creek one, what would that mean for any further wells in the Area H area? What does it mean for the Summerland Aquifer? Because that's all up in Area H, right? So what would the impact on that be? Also, what would the impact on any industry be? So logging and et cetera.
So in terms of any, sorry, jumped ahead there. So in terms of any existing wells, we don't really have much of a say from our end as to, the establishment of a well. The province does have a say in terms of licensing for agricultural use, but they don't license for domestic use. So for the most part, that would be generally unimpacted. As it relates to, I'm trying to remember the second part of your question.
So there's 3 parts. So any properties up there, so we have a couple of farms and stuff that aren't active. 2 would be, what would it mean for the Summerland Aquifer, because it comes out of Area H. And then the third part is, what does it mean for industry like logging and whatnot in that aquifer, because it's a big chunk of our fiber basket.
Ms. Dion, please.
So the proposed OCP amendments and the proposed introduction of that new watershed resource area zone, it seemed to kind of encapsulate and provide further protections in terms of at least just the overall watershed health, which would involve to any water that does go to Summerland. As it relates to any industrial kind of forestry resource extraction uses, for the most part, it does require Crown licensing to undertake those uses anyways, and the watershed resource area zone would permit for a number of uses that we normally see on the Crown lands, but I'll pass it over to Chris for any additional.
Yeah, well, the only thing I would add, and I think I've said this to the board before, I mean, there's certain things that the province doesn't let local governments mess around with, right? So forestry, mining, agriculture, and energy production. So if you're undertaking forestry within a community watershed, I mean, we would be hopeful that the province is doing due diligence and that it's not going to be adversely affecting water supply or water availability within that watershed, but really from a local government land use bylaw perspective, we can't use those bylaws to try to frustrate that, right? So.
Thank you. Any other questions for Director Gettens, please?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a question, but I'd like to move the administrative recommendation and go with option 2, please.
Is there a seconder? Director Roberts seconds. Any other discussion?
I wouldn't mind just addressing it really quickly if there's time, Chair.
Certainly.
Great, thanks. I just wanted to appreciate with everybody how long this has taken. And I know that there are a couple of pretty active applications, and I know the applicants have been reaching out to different directors. And that's hard. Like, that's hard when that's happening. But what I want to recommend, or what I want to applaud with the staff, is that we did do this Aqua Valley Aquifer study. We are recognizing the watershed importance. There's already language in our OPC to it. So to have an applicant come forward and base their argument on not being in the aquifer, I think that's a little bit too narrow, because we know where the aquifer, how the aquifers are being fed. So I just want to recognize that, because there are 200 houses out here. And so we hear from 2 applicants. We've got a number of applicants that are just thankful that we're looking at this, we're taking our time, and we're going to get something solid that the APC and that we can rely on. The same comments were repeated at the APC, is that they just want to know what the direction is, and they want us to take account to the study. So with that, I just want to thank staff for doing this. I know it's been a long haul. I appreciate from the citizens as well that they've been waiting for this and the board as well, but I think we're heading in the right direction and we're really close. And the citizens out there have been promised more public engagement. And so that's where I think we're going to go next, which is great. So thank you for all of your hard work for that.
Thank you, Director Gettin. So let me clarify, you moved alternative number 1?
No, I moved the administrative recommendation, which is option 2. So that new policy is being introduced to the Area F OCP and zoning bylaws that speak to the protection, maintenance, and maintenance of water resources within the broader Felder area designated community watersheds, which is option 2.
Clarification.
Pleasure.
Any other comments or questions? Director Van Alpen, please. Then Director Coyne.
Thank you, through the chair. Just for some clarification, because I'm quite new at the table. These are direct neighbors of ours in Summerland, and we talk about managing the resource. And if I'm reading some of the literature, the wells, I believe there's up to 80 people can connect to this well. Is that correct? And if that's correct, are these 80 people metered? Do we know, like, we talk about managing this resource, but I'm not seeing anything here about metering. And the other thing I'm not seeing is in the Meadow Valley area north, well, both areas of Meadow Valley, the irrigation district is privately owned. And again, it's not metered. They have, they can use whatever they want of water. So, like, am I missing something here if we're trying to manage this resource? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Director Alpen. Director Coyne, please, and then Director Gittins.
Yeah, I was just wondering if this is going to go to public in Area H, if it's going to impact Area H.
Mr. Garris, please.
Well, it's already in the Area H OCP and zoning bylaw. We did that as part of the previous review back in 20.
This could have further implications on a couple ranches that are up in that area. I'm just concerned that any new wells may come up against some permitting issues if one of those, there's one ranch up there that has been dormant for a number of years, and if somebody does decide to develop it, then they could have some significant challenges to getting domestic water up there and even water for licensing on the creek up there, because it does run that direction.
Mr. Garris, please.
Sure. Well, I mean, at a broad level, I think the intent of the policy direction is to say we recognize what's existing, right? What's there is there, but if you're coming forward to potentially change the zoning and change the OCP designation to facilitate subdivision or facilitate some other kind of increase in density, that the proposed policies, if you're in a watershed, generally speak against that, right? But if your zoning already allows you to have agriculture, I mean, right to farm kicks in, and we can't really use our bylaws to frustrate that. So I don't see there being an issue with, say, a dormant ranch, for example, being denied under these proposed changes a license to extract water for hay fields or livestock or whatever the situation might be. So, and NH is already in place and has been for 10 years, and for the most part, from what we can see, hasn't adversely impacted property owners up in that area. So,
thank you, Mr. Garish. Director Gittins, please.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to ask if staff could just comment on the meters. I believe that there was an application put in for a grant for meters, and it has been on discussion. We just haven't gotten that far yet with the community, but your note's well taken.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions before questions or comments before we vote on the question?
Director Trainer's waving at you.
Ah, yeah, she's kind of half.
Thank you. Thank you. I just, to be honest, our mayor, Doug Holmes, provided Marty and I with a couple comments that he wanted us to share. So the first thing is within this report, it references the Trout Community Watershed. Does that mean the Trout Creek Community Watershed? Yeah? Because I think that should be fixed because it's a bit confusing because I've never heard of the Trout Community Watershed. So
I believe they're one and the same. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I jumped ahead, but
I think for clarity, if the public's ever reading this, it should be Trout Creek because none of us have, to be honest, ever heard of the Trout Community.
Yeah, so the only clarification I think I would make is that we're relying on the formal provincial title for that watershed, and that's the name that they use.
That's it. Oh, really? Okay. All right. That's good to know. I didn't know that. Okay. I will let Mayor Holmes know that. So the other concern, and I'm just going to read it directly from the email that he wanted. He says that one of the problems is that the water from the Falder system is drawn from Trout Creek. So he said we need to consider the impact Falder groundwater withdrawals have on the flow of Trout Creek, which is controlled by the District of Summerland releasing water from the Thirst Reservoir. So I'm not sure if that's how that plays into this. He said that Falder water is not supported if there's a shortage. Therefore, it is the District of Summerland's position that the RDOS negotiate a bulk water supply agreement with the RDOS. He said that staff may say it's not needed because they have a license to withdraw water from the province, but an agreement would be beneficial to the RDOS by making Falder's water supply more secure. He said the impact of Falder groundwater and other wells along the creek that draw on the aquifer is not well understood. So he's wanting to know if in the future the RDOS will work with Summerland so that we can really understand how that all works together. And then Summerland is going to be setting up a technical advisory committee probably within the next year to look at our watershed and how we manage it. And so we'd really like the RDOS to be part of that. So we're also looking for some kind of commitment for that as well. So that's a lot, but I just wanted to share his thoughts. Thanks.
Mr. Garrish, please.
I agree, that was a lot.
Yeah, sorry,
But,
we can vote on the motion. I just wanted to get that out.
Yeah, at a staff level, where if you can send us those concerns, then we can try to follow up and get maybe more substantive answers than I can offer right now. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anything else before we vote the question? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. And I believe that is up on time, so I will turn this back and we'll table the section 52 transportation for a later meeting. I believe that's how this works. So Chair Pendergraft, please.
You just needed a motion to adjourn.
Oh, sorry. Yes, a motion to adjourn. Oh, seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, over to Chair Pendergraft. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Director Knodel. Our next committee meeting is the Protective Services, but before we go into that, I have a brief presentation to actually make, and it goes to Mr. Garrish, who we've heard a lot from this morning, and he has completed his certificate in local government administration. So I was asked to present this to him today, and I'm happy to do so. Right over here? Oh, in front of the flag. Awesome. Yeah, congratulations, Chris.
And thank you.
Great, thank you. Congrats. Thank you. Very welcome. So I will go to Director Roberts to chair the next one under the Protective Services. And just a quick reminder, we are a little behind schedule here, so if we can make up some time, that'd be great. Go ahead, Director Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to call to order the Protective Services Committee at 10:45. Can I have a motion to Director Monteith, Director Van Alphen, all in favor? Okay, thank you. And could I pass this on to the CAO?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So again, this is the second meeting after the end of the first quarter, so we're back to committee with our quarterly activity report. Just on the time overall, we have historically used corporate services to balance our committee agendas. The times on those are flexible, so I think the activity reports are important from the oversight perspective for each of our functions, but we do have some feasibility of adjusting at corporate services. So with that, Mr. Chair, we do have Mr. Woods at the table, and he is going to give you his update on the protective services quarterly activity report. And he'll wait for you to ask him to speak, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Woods, would you?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, in light of time, and I understand, the CAO's accurate, we can make up some time, but what I like to do with the activity reports is try and get as much detail as possible within the categories that fall within our protective services branch. But as always, I can speak to any of these items that I maybe skip over or have some importance, and always available to touch base with those offline as well. So just sort of rolling through at a high level, a couple of significant capital projects that we continue to work on: the Willowbrook Fire Hall expansion. That's just close to coming into the construction design phase. That's actually on the agenda later for award of contract. The Apex Fire Hall project, which has been rolling on, a large project working with the fire department up there, and reaching the point where we're almost close to a final design on that project. So two really important projects. We're going to circle back to Naramata, work with the fire department there on Fire Hall 2 expansion, some opportunities that they're looking at to move that project along as well. So we do that work through our capital projects team, and we got 2 or 3 folks that work with the various departments that need their assistance, in this case, the fire departments. One of the biggest components to our emergency program is the preparedness and training program. So what we do is we work on a training matrix throughout the year. We make that available to all of our partners and volunteers and different agencies that are in the business. So that is a big part of what we do through the winter. So we did work on that in the last quarter, and we're now rolling into the delivery of that process through a variety of different mechanisms. So as I said, partners, volunteers, EOC staffing. So on the staffing side, one of the more challenging but vital components to this is having staff available to us in the EOC when we need them, and to support the municipal partners as well. So our team and a number of trainers through the Justice Institute BC, for example, come out, and we take our staff and some of our team members through that. I've mentioned in the past, we've got through a grant an EOC software application that Danny and his team have been helping us with. We're just in the final stages of rolling that out, and that'll be part of our training as well. And the goal there is to have one platform that is available not only within our Emergency Operations Center, but the EOCs throughout the region. So we're all singing off the same song sheet, and we can have that data available to us at any point. So that, of course, takes some training and exercising to make sure we're up to speed on that. We also hold a number of lunch and learns events, which I think is a big part of it. Staff have a complicated, challenging time just with their day-to-day workload, so we try to make that training available to them when we can. So we've been doing that this past few weeks, and sitting in this room doing some training on specific targeted applications. You see a photo there of the Tiger Dams, which we've seen in past years. We held 2 events, Penticton and Princeton, where we had, for the most part, fire departments and some of the other emergency response crews come out to walk through the process of installing those important devices when we need them, just from a preparedness perspective. So really good event there. We've been working a lot with the province lately. There's been some presentations being held by what was formerly Emergency Management BC, but has now been renamed as the Ministry of Emergency Management and Community Readiness, EMCR. So a big part of that in the Emergency Program Act, which is sort of the founding legislation for that's changing. That's coming forward in the spring. The province is rolling that to their own agencies, I should say, and then ultimately to local governments and all the partners. So we'll have more details on that coming forward to you, likely in a presentation form, just to give you some of the specifics. But a big part of that is putting the Sendai framework into motion. So how and why do we prepare for emergencies? And now a big part of that is community resilience, and that's really a climate resilience response, and involving all agencies. And they refer to it as an all-society response, which I think is very good, because it touches on everything from volunteers through to all the other high-level agencies. So more details coming on that in the near future. We did actually activate twice in the first quarter for 2 rock slide events. So just to bring those up as situations when we do get calls. Sometimes they're quote unquote minor events, but they're probably significant to whoever's immediately involved. So we had one situation where some significant rocks came down off one of the mountains into a neighborhood. So just as using that as an example of where we do get ourselves involved, and typically we're working with the province because often it's Crown land. So just to note those 2 specific events. The emergency telecommunications study, which has been ongoing, that's continuing. That's been the buildup from the last plan that we had about 10 years ago. So that's looking at all of our mountaintop repeaters, the repeaters that sit on the fire halls and all the vital communication that exists throughout the region and how that system works. Lots of changes that have come through from a technological perspective, but in the end, we base that off the National Fire Protection Association standards for dispatch delivery. And so we use the subject matter experts in this particular situation, the consultant, to guide us through it. So Sean Beisler, he's our lead on that project. And one of the big steps we've taken most recently is meet with the 21 fire departments that are involved just to make sure that they understand what we're doing and we're hearing what their needs are so we can address that gap analysis in the future. The ESS, Emergency Support Services function is vital to us, and it's really on the back of volunteers. So it's a big part of what we do from a preparedness perspective is continue to train with those folks. In fact, we had another event yesterday in our Emergency Operations Center with all the ESS reps from the communities. Really great event. Lots of new information that our coordinators share with those folks, and it's really more of a team building exercise. Again, we have about 50 core ESS volunteers throughout the region, and so it's really nice to see them come together. Their team leads come together to make sure they're all on the same page and understanding what their needs are. So moving into the next quarter, which we're in now, obviously spring freshet is of our significant importance for us, and so we're now just rolling out, reactivating what we call our sandbag locations. So there's a number of locations throughout the region that we make those assets available to the public, lots of communication, lots of notifications of preparedness, details, and information. So we start to get phone calls from people that know that they're within these areas, and we really, really like that. We like it when in neighborhoods, even specific individuals are looking for information that tells us that they're thinking about it and working on it. So sometimes we will actually take those opportunities to, try and develop almost neighborhood preparedness. So through the communications group, we've got their community champions teams. So we're starting to think about how we can maybe involve those individuals to build on that, similar to what we would do in the Fire Smart communities, where we have one individual that's keen, perhaps they can get 5, perhaps they can get an even bigger group. Same concept here, so we can move that preparedness needle forward. One I was going to mention is the Extreme Heat Resilience Grant, which we received last year. So we're just rolling that out now. That was through UBCM, and that's involving the municipal partners as well. So that's looking at our vulnerability related to heat, and of course with the heat dome that occurred a few years back, pretty significant, and we certainly can expect to see something like that again. So that's looking at what that vulnerability is, where we would, the vulnerable populations that would be involved in that, and preparing for it. So utilizing our community buildings, when can we open those buildings up and make them available to people that would otherwise not have that tool. So that will be commencing shortly, and I'm sure you'll hear about that through your municipal teams as well. So I'll leave it at that, Chair, unless there's any questions.
Thank you. I see Director Monteith.
And through the chair, I am curious about the home assessments under the Fire Smart. Is that RDOS contractor, or is that the Fire Smart volunteers that are doing that? Is it a combination? First part of the question.
Mr. Woods, could you answer that, please?
Yeah, thank you. So it's a combination. So we've got Carrie Reese, who was in not long ago to talk to you about the program. And then the one individual is coming back, but the other one's there now. So we've got 2 trained individuals, and there are, I think recently there was 22 more individuals within the Area H Princeton community that were brought on. So there's a handful of individuals that are part of fire departments that have that LFR training, as it's called, which is what's needed to conduct those assessments. So our goal would be to lean on those communities first, if they exist. If they don't, we'll use our own services. I think there's about 6 individuals that are trained that are outside of the fire services, so they're in some of the more rural communities, which is very helpful because we can tap into them to make them available. So we're just working on the details of how we go about flowing funding to those individuals, because in a sense, they're employees. So we have to work the details out through our HR department. It works well when it's with the fire departments because they have the ability to do that themselves. And really, in the end, it's just a journal entry of funding. So it's good. So a combination. Yeah.
Thank you.
Follow up.
Director Taylor. Follow up? Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you. So I appreciate your answer, Mark, because that definitely is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for getting my community volunteers involved in the process. Is there a map of the areas or parts of the community that have had assessments done?
Mr. Woods.
Not right now, but we could certainly do that. Yeah, we've got it'd be more of a list, but we could map that out for sure. Good suggestion.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Director Taylor.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, you mentioned exercises in your update. Do you at times engage the board or the board in its role as a policy group of some kind? And secondly, do you ever offer training to the board? And I'm just relatively new, so I mean, maybe all the board members have already had some EOC essentials training, but I'd like to know if they have.
Thank you, Mr. Woods.
Yeah, so there's been, I would say, training is one way of looking at it. The province of BC, through what is now EMCR, they actually have a elected officials orientation and they have been down to the board in the past. I'm sure some of you have participated in that. So they try to keep that at a sort of policy level. And that's a good trigger. We should reach out to them and have them, see if we could schedule them to come and do that if you're interested as a board. And then beyond that, any of the events that we hold that are community-based training events, everyone's welcome. The more knowledge, the better. So that's where we try to get that annual training matrix, as I talked about, sort of out there. So if there's interest from any individual board members, you're certainly welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. And I'd like to just interject there that I was able to take part in that EOC Essentials in Princeton. So I did take advantage of that. I see Director Gettins.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick question about sandbags. Do communities have to call to get the sandbags delivered, or does the RDOS proactively know where they're going to put based on your information, the freshet? Thanks.
Yeah, we advertise where those sandbag locations are, and those are essentially developed where we know there's risk, where they've been used extensively in the past. So our system, all local government systems are built when we can source sandbags. They get provided to us through the province, although it's a tedious process more and more. We source as many as we can. Sand, we've talked about this during budget. They no longer want to fund it, so we have a line item to be able to fund that. So we want to be very strategic about when we deploy and where. So what we do is we advertise the locations of those on our website. So when we do advertise, you can follow a link. It goes to our online mapping that the GIS department looks at. And there'll be active sites. And when we need them, we can activate other locations. So for example, you're in Falder, you're starting to experience this. It might be before freshet. Then we would trigger them to call us and we can guide them towards the closest location. When it starts to flood, we'd be actively out there putting stock in those locations. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Director Monteith.
And thank you to the chair. I'm curious about the EOC section chief meetings. Does that include our rural fire departments? Because I haven't heard of my chief attending that. So just curious about that.
Mr. Woods, could you answer that, please?
Yeah. So our section chiefs are for our chief administrative officer, He deploys his senior management team for the most part into those section chief roles, and that's specifically targeted to that. And then any of the other municipal partners that have section chiefs defined by their senior management team or other core individuals. Fire chiefs, we've got that on the list for training for them to come in and traditionally, the fire chief is the fire branch coordinator under the operations branch within the EOC. And so we tested that model last year during the Apex fire, where we had one of our senior fire chiefs with a great amount of knowledge fall into that role. So what of course, when there's a fire departments want to be at the fire. So it's challenging in that context. So what we're going to do is look at, and it's actually one of the recommendations that's coming through the EM review, is to work with the chiefs to do really off timing of training so they can participate in the EOC, perhaps in a flood or a major windstorm or a landslide, to come into one of those operations section roles because they've got that knowledge. So currently, fire branch coordinator role, building on that if there's interest, certainly within the ops section chief role. But this is targeted towards our current membership.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. I see a hand from CAO Newell.
Thanks. I'll just pile on there, Mr. Chair. So we follow the incident command system as all local governments do, and that prescribes really how an EOC is set up. So we have our 4 sections, planning, operations, logistics, and which one did I miss, Mark?
Finance.
And finance. And then there's a bunch of coordinator positions under there, like communications and deputy director and that. So because it's impossible to separate an emergency event from a local government, once you're in an event, you're all in. So that then really determines how much local government work you're going to do, because all of your resources then are focused towards responding to the emergency. So we do tend at the section head level, and I mean, let's face it, because I can delegate a responsibility to them and make sure that they're going to be there and get trained, and which is now really a year-round occupation. And then under that, we fill in. So we're looking at using more volunteers in the EOC, and we're looking at using more staff people from our partners. We often rely on others for GIS, and we've now had a fire liaison person in our EOC. We have a First Nations liaison in our EOC. We have an emergency health liaison in our EOC. During the Karamias Creek fire, we had a Ministry of Agriculture liaison in our EOC. We had alert right in the EOC. We always have an ESS liaison in the EOC. So the fire liaison coordinator during the Karamias Creek fire was instrumental in communicating certainly with the Apex fire chief and then also with Karamias as well. So this is continuing to evolve as the demands on the emergency management program continue to increase because of climate change. We're evolving our organizational structure within the Emergency Operations Center, and certainly the operational liaisons are an important part of that.
Thank you, CAO. I see Director Coyne. Ben Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. So one of the things I've asked my staff to look into would be kind of, it's not the same as the elected officials, EOC, but kind of like Cole's notes on how an EOC operates. And the idea was to try to invite the entire board, but we just haven't been able to get to this point yet just because we don't have the staffing. I think it would be beneficial for the board to actually see a mock EOC set up, something like one of the tabletop exercises, and then they could come in and they could see exactly what happens in an EOC, because I think there's a lot of I don't want to say confusion, but lack of understanding what happens inside an EOC. Some of us have done it and most of us haven't. So if we could do something like that, I think it would be a huge benefit to the board to understand better the roles of everybody and how, when you say like the fire chiefs aren't part of that, well, the fire chiefs have another role. And that makes it clear that this is, everybody has a role in that, right? We all talk about incident command system. There's not very many people outside of this world that operates under that system. So if that's something we can look into, I'd really appreciate that. And then we could work with some of the member municipalities and then bring maybe invite all elected officials to it. So that way everybody in our regional district has the same level of understanding and knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Woods, anything to say for that?
Oh, great suggestion. Yeah, there, we have had, we call them full exercises, and make those available to really all partners. Big endeavor, but we can certainly look at some options for that in the future. It's a great idea. Yeah.
Thank you. Director Johansson, you had a question.
No.
Okay, Director Taylor.
Yeah, just to pile on to Director Coyne's comments, I just did the EOC Essentials course myself separately, and I've taken ICS training separately before. I think you could get Justice Institute to provide an EOC Essentials course that includes a tabletop exercise, and I think involving staff or, you know, key members of staff like the section chiefs, so that we could participate in our role would, you know, as Director Coyne said, I think that would really be helpful. Essential.
Thank you. Director Bloomfield.
Thank you. And just to follow up on Director Coyne's comments, in Penticton, we've also been having discussions about emergency planning with, you know, the freshet and heading into summer here. And I think it would be very beneficial for all the politicians, and, you know, municipal as well, to get a sense of exactly what happens. And so I'd heartily second Director Coyne's suggestion. And I think we need to fully understand how things work. Thank you.
Thank you. And Director Coyne, did you have one more question or comment?
Not really. I just will say that when we were talking to, it's EMCR now, when we were talking to EMBC, they did show some interest in trying to figure out how to do that with us. So it might be worth reaching out to them and seeing if we can come up with a hybrid, because maybe we did it as 2-day. We could do the elected officials orientation and then the next day show them how the EOC works. That would be I think that'd be a pretty big week, really. It'd take a couple months planning, but we could do it.
Okay, thank you. Since we have limited time, and I'm not seeing any other hands, I did have a couple questions that probably would have taken some significance, but I will save them for later and talk more specifically to Mr. Woods. But one more chance. Anybody else? Do I see a hand? No? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Woods. Can I have a motion to end? I see Director Van Alphen, Director Monteith. All in favor? I hand it over to the chair.
Thank you, Director Roberts. We'll move straight into community services, and I will go to Director Monteith for this one. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a motion to have the agenda adopted first, second. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. So we will move over to item B, which is the Q1 activity report. CAO, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And again, so this now is the Parks, Trails, Recreation, and everything else area that falls under Mr. Woods, and we'll just turn it over to him for the first quarter review and the second quarter plan in community services.
Mr. Mr. Woods.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll try to keep moving here. I see my colleague Andrew Reeder's bouncing to get going as well. So as always, I'll try to roll through some of the notes that I have, and by all means, we can get to questions when you're ready. Lots of planning processes. So for us, we have within the community services sphere, we have a number of projects that happen from master plan process, which we brought through to parks level planning processes, to park development plans. We try our best to keep those targeted within the off season, so to speak. When we have staff available, we can have our operations crew available. So the last quarter was sort of a build off of that. Lots of permitting and negotiations related to some of these projects where we involve the province of BC for the trails or any of the other partners associated. So I'm just sort of generalizing a lot of this. So some of that work will continue to roll on. Some of these bigger projects, we have Wharf Park in Naramata that's been 4 years because it was a road closure and permitting through a variety of provincial agencies. And so we're starting to roll through that. And that in the next quarter will be an active project for us on the list of active projects for us. So just generally speaking, it's a busy time for us in Q1 to work towards those processes to get ready. And then the other part of that is that a big part of our crew is prepping and getting ready for the rollout of our parks and trails and community assets. So we have off-season staff that come back, so onboarding them back into our program, getting them back up to speed on all the latest health and safety challenges and all the rest of it to get ready. So that's a good part of our prep time within Q1 as well. And then rolling into Q2, that'll be where we kick off the start of these programs within the parks and trails and whatnot. So within the area of recreation and events, that's and now what we're referring to as sort of our volunteer program. Volunteerism is just vital and so important in all the things we were just talking about in protective services, but also within the community services in general. So we have a greater targeted focus on that. Nancy Wigley, she's our lead on that. She's doing a great job to involve herself with not only our Parks and Rec component, but the other corporate entities we have to get involved in that. The programs that we have, we advertise those out through our quarterly seasonal guide. So the spring guide, which is out now, already prepping for the summer guide. So our rec team does an amazing job of keeping things rolling through the communities, through the programmers, through the partnerships with different businesses. They, again, are vital to deliver some of these programs and keeping them going. Coming out of pandemic, we've got a lot of those partnerships that just went away. People chose to do different things. So as we kind of roll out of it, we're building new relationships with some of the people that are in that sector, which is very good. I've got another block here that I sort of highlighted as sort of requests for quotes, requests for proposals, different tendering processes. Those two are starting to roll out. We've completed in the last quarter and moving us towards this season of actually doing some physical work. So some pretty big projects, if you will, and not to get into any of the specifics because they're all incredibly important, but that there's a bit of a long list there, Chair, for some of those pieces. I also wanted to pick up on our facilities and energy component. So we've had Jeremy Dresner in a few times in the past recently, and he'll be back in soon. We continue to do work on this building and then our other corporate facilities. We're looking for some updates and upgrades to some of the systems that we have, the COVID restart funds, which we still have some of those funds available. For example, changing out the HVAC system for this building, even just supply chain challenges around that is a big deal for us. So those all continue to roll on, and Jeremy will be back in to talk to you more about some specifics around our EV charging. We've received that EV charging report now that we worked with the municipal partners on, as well as the fleet analysis. So that was looking at our fleet as well as some of the municipal partners that participated. So Jeremy will be back in to provide the details in a presentation at some point, but we're excited to get moving towards that initiative, that electrification of our fleet and the installation of fleet charging, which would be at our corporate locations and an extension to that into the communities as we roll through the multi-year plan related to that. So lots of steps there. We did secure another 3 years of funding through Fortis BC, which we're very happy about, and that was the fund that started our climate action and energy position, which was through Mr. Dresner. And we have a second individual through that Climate Actions Partners program through Fortis that's coming on to help with that work, and they'll be starting soon. and continue to work with the municipalities on that. There's a lot of really good initiatives that I think from an economies of scale perspective, we can start to work on. I made one, we have a point in there about the 4 videos highlighting residents making energy efficiency upgrades. Like there's a good example. And if you've not seen them, let us know. We'll send you a link to those, but we put those out through our medium. And there's where we were having community, individuals from the communities could say, I'd like to get my home assessed. And then they provided guidance through this Prop Rate program that we had in there some time ago. And so just taking that extra step and getting some funds through Fortis to create these videos, they just highlight the value to that. And I thought it was just an excellent example of how we can showcase a specific thing that's happening within that program and how people can maybe see that it's more realistic. So just something I think that was a real win for us. Moving into the area of transit, we had our colleague here from BC Transit 2 meetings ago, as you recall. Chelsea will be back, as well as their planner, who has just completed the Transit Future Action Plan. They'll be back on May 4th to present that plan to you, to touch base on sort of the strategies and implementation steps in the coming years through that plan. We're also working with them on what's been an ongoing challenge, is just creating a bus stop in the community of Gallagher Lake. It's amazing how challenging that can be when you start to talk about doing anything within a highway right of way. But we're trying to land that plane as quickly as we can, working with our partners there. And also beyond that, another location out in Headley that we're looking at starting the process on. So in light of time, I think I'll wrap it up there, Chair, unless there's any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Director Federico.
Thank you to the chair. Mark, would it be possible, because you do with emergency management, you have a chunk where it outlines the grants that you guys are looking at. Would it be possible to add that here, appreciating that there's probably quite a bit, but it'd just be nice to break out what kind of grants you're looking at, what's been awarded, things like that, just in an easier section to digest.
We'll do that, yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, I have a couple. I just want to give a shout out to some recent interaction with some staff. So our project managers, Kyle Monster and Rudy Reckel, have been amazing to work with. So if you haven't had the chance, highly recommend a project with them. It's been a great process. Also a shout out to Justin Shuttleworth, who's done an amazing job with some community engagement on some sticky topics. So thank you, Mark, for that guidance. I also want to thank Mr. Woods for coming up to a community gathering. We had a heated conversation about a project, and having your presence there was really beneficial on some healing and building that community block. So I appreciate that. One thing that my commission has shared, it's a bit of a challenge where we as the commission is not getting a recreation schedule in advance. So they've asked through the chair, they've asked for recreation to provide a schedule of events that the Recreation Commission or recreation coordinator is providing. And as an example, we've got no Canada Day planned in Clayton. We've got so there's things that are not happening at a commission level, or a coordinator level, that the commission would love to step into those roles, but we don't know. So I guess a request from the commission would be a recreation schedule so that we know what staff is doing, so that the community knows where they can fit in and fill in some of those gaps that they're eager to do, but they don't want to overstep or understep. So just a request there. Thanks. Any other questions or comments? No, thank you. So I will take a motion to adjourn this meeting. First, second, all in favor? Thank you. To the chair.
Thank you, Director Monteith. Move into environment and infrastructure. And for that one, I'll go to Director Gattens to chair. Please go ahead.
Yeah, great, thank you. So I'd like to open up the meeting for the Environment and Infrastructure Committee. If I can call the meeting to order and ask for motion to adopt the agenda, first and second. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Great. We're going to just go right over to the first item, which is the Q1 activity report for solid waste. And I'll go to you, CAO, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Now, just advise right now that Ms. Bloomfield is ill today, so Mr. Reeder is going to fill in at the last minute on the Utilities Department report as well. But we'll start with solid waste, and this structure that we have now, where we used to call it Public Works, and we had operations and engineering. Now we've split it into solid waste, just because we have so many huge projects with regards to solid waste, and there's so much legislation and regulation around the treatment and processing of solid waste, also involving our organics program and our recycling program, our curbside collection program. All of that we want to spend or place more focus on. So Mr. Reeder is our manager now of solid waste, and he's going to take you through the activities from Q1 and what they've got planned for Q2.
Great, thank you, CEO. Over to you, Mr. Reeder.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll hit the highlights and then obviously be happy to answer any questions that you might have. I'll cover it through each of the areas, so that might be a little bit easier way to go through this. So starting off in Oliver, we've completed the purchase of our equipment necessary for the heavy equipment's operation at the landfill. We've been fairly successful with that. We're a few $100,000 below budget. We're now just in the process of hiring staff for those positions, and we'll be looking at taking over the operations in July. So that's moving along quite well. The composting facility in Oliver is also moving along quite well. We're looking at doing the commissioning in May. So that facility itself is just nearing completion. It's on budget. The only thing that we're waiting for at this point is the opening of the paving plant so we can finish paving. So that's what's holding us up. In Apex next week, we're doing our first ever large item pickup. So that's happening on April 26th. So that's a new service that's going in place. In Karameas, we've been successful in our negotiations with the province, and this is with respect to our closure of our landfill. So that's looking fairly promising, and the efforts that we're likely to have to make in the future in terms of the closure are likely to be quite small. Hydrogeological review is just underway right now and is scheduled to be completed on Friday. And once that's in place, we're hoping to get final approvals from the province. So all that's moving along quite well. In OK Falls, we're in the final stages of adding recreational vehicles to our demolition, sort, reuse, and recycling process that we have with our demolition. And both those facilities, both for demolition waste and particularly the RV recycling, those are firsts in BC. So those are all brand new, and we're the only place that does it. An RFP for solid waste management planning has been issued, and it's our 10-year review of the plan, and that'll be closing next week. Next month, we'll be bringing forward a recommendation for a consultant, along with initiation of the process and for the creation of a public advisory committee and technical advisory committee. So all that will happen next month. We have almost completed Plan B for the composting facility at 1313 Grayback Road. So we had a bit of a setback with the ALR refusing to allow us to use the portions of land that are not in the ALR, or sorry, portions of land that are in the ALR at 1313 Grayback. So the 1/3 remaining portion of the property, we've had to look at how we can design a facility that will fit and what that will look like in the costs. And we are in the final stages of that. So early May, we'll be finished that process and bringing something to board and council for review. Lastly, we are meeting with Waste Connections along with the member municipalities to review options for organics collection and possibly extending our contract for curbside collection. And the intent there is to coordinate the various member municipalities in our contracts. And by doing that, what we can do is actually save money in terms of economies of scale. So the metal, specifically the garbage trucks, if we are able to coordinate our contracts, able to coordinate our RFPs, we can actually save substantive funds for the public. And that's the intent. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Just going to look to the board to see if there are any questions for Mr. Reeder about waste management. I don't see any, so, Oh, sorry, Director Monteith, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to give a shout out to Andrew because I've been asking for the large item pickup at Apex for a couple of years and it finally happened. So I'm thrilled and I've had great feedback from residents about that. So definitely appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, that's great. Thank you for sharing that for sure. Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to go over to you and good luck with your next report. Oh, sorry, Director Taylor. Do you have anything to add? No? Okay.
Yeah, I just
Go
wanted
ahead.
to also say thanks for your help this winter on Heritage Hills. A lot of staff follow up. Thank you.
That's good. It's always good to take the time to say thanks, so that's great. So CAO, if you can introduce the next item on the agenda, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, as I mentioned before, Madam Chair, the manager of utilities had to go home because of illness this morning. So Mr. Reader is going to go through the report and just hit the highlights. Obviously, when he was the manager of operations, he's very familiar with that area. So we'll just plot our way through that.
Great. Go ahead. Thanks, Mr. Reader.
Sure. I'll just hit the highlights. I've gone through just the report in brief and happy to answer any questions. Certainly can answer any of the technical ones. I may not be able to answer exactly process because I haven't been quite involved. But just cover them quickly. So Willowbrook Water looks like we're actually making some progress in terms of design. So this is for a replacement and the looping of Myers Road. So this is just a pipe design. So that's underway. Lakeshore Waterworks acquisition, and this ties in also with the sewer acquisition. Those RFPs have been issued for the design, and this is the engineering assessment that's part of our policy. So that's underway right now, and they'll be bringing back a recommendation for an award on that, I believe, shortly. Okanagan Falls, with respect to the water system, they've been undertaking quite a bit of flushing. They've had some challenges with sediments in the water, and I believe a lot of that's related to the manganese in the water. So what happens with the water is that as it oxidizes, we get these particles that form, and that becomes a maintenance issue for us. So that's what's happening there. With respect to the Falder water system, the RFP has been released, and the award will occur in the next part. So we'll be moving forward with a master plan in Falder. And then in Sage Mesa, we'll be also, I think a RFP has also been issued, and we'll be looking forward to making an award and moving forward with the engineering assessment on that as well. With respect to Mississauga Lake, consultant has been retained and work is currently underway to look at the options there. So with that, I can answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Reader. I'll just go to the board really quickly, see if anybody has any questions. I'm not seeing any. So well done. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. And with that, if that's any new business to add, we're ready to adjourn. So I'll ask for a motion to adjourn. Second, all in favor? Any opposed? And I think we're a little bit ahead schedule now. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gettens. Job well done. Is lunch here? Okay. We will start lunch early then, but we will also start our committee meetings early. I think we're at 11:30, so 12 o'clock we'll start the committee meetings then. If we can all be back by then, that'd be great.
Hello. How's your conference going?
Hi, can you see me okay?
Yeah, well, sort of.
Okay,
Yeah, we
great.
can.
Okay, yeah, no, I was having trouble. I got audio today, but not video. So thank you. Oh, there we go. Thank you so much, Danny.
We good to go, Danny? Okay, we will get started with the next committee is the Corporate Services Committee. Looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. First item on the agenda is the Q1 Corporate Action Plan, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So again, part of your oversight responsibilities is to not only develop a strategic plan and a business plan, but also to hold administration accountable for implementing all of those projects, plans that you have identified as important for the corporation. So we do that through what we call our corporate action plan. You'll recall when we talked about strategic planning and our strategic planning process that we have 3 documents that we produce. One is the strategic plan, which is a 4-year document. One is the corporate business plan, which is a 1-year document aimed at the upcoming year. And then the third is the corporate action plan, which is what we use to report out on the corporate action plan. So that's this. On the form, in the report that was presented to you, you'll see that it is color-coded. So anything, this will become more gaily decorated as we proceed through the year and as we start to fall behind on certain things or advance. But generally, anything that's in green, we have no issues with. We expect to be on time and budget. If we're having a minor issue, if we're reliant on some other agency to provide approval that we're dragging on, or if for some other reason, maybe we get diverted into an emergency operations center and we start falling behind, we'll color code those. If it's a minor one, not material, we'll put it as yellow. If we're not going to get it done, we'll put it as red. So by the time that you get your Q4 report, you will see a number of different designations on our corporate business plan. We always assign a responsibility through the senior management team for every objective and performance indicator. There's always somebody assigned a responsibility on it. And the key is also on that second page. So we just use initials because obviously there's not enough room in each cell to put a full title. And then as we proceed through the year, we'll give you an update on each of the performance indicators under each of the objectives. And for the first quarter, we'll just use normal black font. For the second quarter, we'll give it to you in red. Third quarter will be blue and the fourth quarter will be green, just so you can keep up to date on which quarter they were either completed in or that we intend to, what we've done on them. Hopefully by the time we get to the Q4 report, they're all complete. So let me give you the primer on the numbering of this. So because it's a cascading numbering system that only I need to know. But just for your information, we have 4 key success drivers. So under our corporation, we want to make sure that we're holistic. So we always have, we developed these with the board a few years ago. We've wordsmithed them somewhat, but generally we have 1 key success driver, and this is how we measure our success. We have 1 key success driver that is just internal. It's how we look at efficiency and effectiveness. We have 1 key success driver that is external, and that's the one that we call customer experience. That's key success driver number 2. We have 1 key success driver that's built on the 3 pillars of community sustainability, social, economic, environmental, and we put most of our projects under one of those three goals. And then the fourth one is this one about oversight in a representative democracy. And that's more or less about you. So anything that would be considered a board related or from a representative democracy point of view, that's where we put your stuff. Under each key success driver, we have goals, and those are longer term. Those would be included in the strategic plan, so they'd be 4 years of where we want to try and be at within 4 years. So that's the second number. So the key success driver is the first number. We have 4 of those. The second number, so when you look at goal 1.1, the first number is the key success driver. That's being a high performance organization. The second number is the goal number. When you look below that line at objective 1.1.1, first number is the key success driver, second number is the goal, third number is the objective. When you get down into the spreadsheet and you see that column, a list of activities, those are our performance indicators. So this is how we're going to achieve each of those objectives. So on that first goal statement, where we say 1.1.1.1, the first one is a high performance organization. That's the key success driver. The second one is the effective fiscally responsible organization. That's the goal. The third one is achieving a high standard of financial management. That's the objective. And then each of these activities is a performance indicator. Okay. So in the very left-hand column, you'll see the number, and we'll refer to those from time to time. We have a prompt in each of our administrative reports. We always ask our department heads to relate to what's in the business plan as far as why they're undertaking some sort of activity. So that's what you would see. The second column is the performance indicator. The third column where it says who, that is the department head that has been assigned that responsibility. So you'll see for the performance indicator, receipt of an unqualified independent audit for the organization. Obviously, that's our manager of financial services. Okay. And then we'll fill in when we're going to have that completed by. So Mr. Safino will be in with the auditor prior to the end of Q2, which is that April to June timeframe. And he does have that teed up coming into you pretty soon. So that's the numbering system. Okay. The content really is the most important part. And at this stage, when we're reporting out to you on how we're doing against those policies and plans and projects that you put into your business plan, these are the indicators of how we're doing. So where you said that you want to achieve a high standard of financial management and reporting, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to give you an unqualified independent audit. We're going to get that to you by Q2. We're going to give you an informed 2023-27 financial plan, which we're obligated to do. It's a legislative requirement for all local governments to have a 5-year financial plan. We just call it a budget, but you can't just call it an annual budget anymore because the legislation requires a 5-year plan. Okay. So for us, it's a rolling 5-year plan. We just amend the 5th year every time that we come forward to you. And that was done by Q1, so that's marked complete in the status column. Okay. Now, the other thing I should mention is that we went through this workshop with Dr. McIntosh about our setting priorities. Following that workshop, all of those high priorities have been put into the corporate action plan. And we've used the same key that Gord used. So anything that is bolded in capital letters was one of your 5 high priorities. And you'll see that when we go through your quarterly report. So, of course, right now, everything you see in that left-hand column is green. We are not to the point yet where we were saying we're not going to finish that because by the time that we get the plan done, we're usually already at the end of Q1. So everything's green right now. which is refreshing because, as I said later on, you'll start to see the colors. We have some interesting performance indicators that we use, and we're still working on performance indicators. We want to eventually get to the point where we can use our performance indicators externally against other regional districts or other local governments, see how we're doing. But in the meantime, we required that each department at least identify at least 3 performance indicators so that we can keep track of how they're doing. And then any project-related objectives are set out separately. And we had this discussion with Director Barkwell when he was in filling in as an alternate. But with us, with our 166 different budgets, what does success mean in completion against the annual financial plan that you set out? Well, for us, if we can be within 95%, either under or over of each of those 166 different services with each their own independent budget, we think that is successful. And Mr. Safino reports on that when he brings forward his variance reports. In 2022, we were at 92% because there were some situations that took us off course on some of our projects. But the intent is to reach 95. And I already mentioned we want to enhance performance indicators because that's another oversight opportunity for the board. We need to do some work on our fees and charges policy. We have a bylaw right now. Every time that we bring forward a budget, we bring forward a fees and charges bylaw as a collateral document because we think it's beneficial for us to have all of our fees and charges in one place. So instead of putting them into each of our regulatory bylaws, we want them in one place so that the board can get a good understanding of what we're charging for a service. In addition to that, we need to put some parameters around how we develop fees and charges, and that's what this policy is. So we're going to be bringing that forward in Q3. So hopefully in August or September. And that is the manager of legislative services and the manager of financial services, because most policy falls under legislative services and certainly finance falls under finance. Mr. Safino pointed out during the discussions about the business plan that we are obligated under the Act to have a reserves policy. We do, but it's not robust. And frankly, we've had ongoing discussions about what our reserves should look like. We know that in each of our 166 services, some of them which are very small, that if we don't put reserves aside, we won't be able to fund the local government portion against any grants that we get. So in some of our smaller water systems, if we don't have adequate reserves, we can't apply for grants because we know we won't be able to meet our share. So it's important. So we're going to continue working on that. And then same as far as revenue management. And this was one of the ones on the next column under the priorities workshop that we had with Gord. You can see it's in capital letters there. It's not bold, so it's not a now project, it was a next. And that's why it's in those capital letters. But we're going to keep track of it, and we're going to report out to you on how we're doing against those. When we get into objective 1.1.2, about being an effective local government. So remember, the first number is the key success driver, high-performing organization. The second number is the goal to be an effective and fiscally responsible organization. The third number is the objective number. So 1.1.2 is to be an effective local government. And the first performance indicator under there is in capital bold. That was one of your now priorities under the Macintosh system. So we have adopted that into our corporate action plan. And you'll see that that has been assigned to the whole senior management team, and it's going to be done by the end of Q2. Okay, so that is all about asset management. We've just introduced our software Now the senior management team is responsible for filling in the inventory under the asset management plan and coming up with that life cycle plan as to when we're going to replace assets and how we're going to do it. So that will be done by the end of June. And then I don't think the intent, Mr. Chair, is to go through all of these during the Q1 report. I wanted to show you an example of how the system works. And you're completely, I mean, you're invited to look through all of these to see what the activities are. And then typically what I'll do is I'll report out on the ones that we're starting to fall behind on, or if there's an issue. So on a quarterly report at the end of Q2, you'll see some, you'll obviously see some yellow or some red, and I'll report out as to why we're falling behind on those. But you can see that under each of these objectives, we have a number of key performance indicators, and that we've assigned them to somebody, and that we have a deadline as to when they're supposed to be done by, and we will give you a quarterly update so that you can provide that oversight against it. So the second goal under high performance organization is about a healthy and safe organization. It's just, I mean, not only is it law, there's the Occupational Health and Safety Act and WorkSafe BC and a number of other acts, but in this day and age, no way, no how should we be placing any employee at risk. And not only the physical risk anymore, but certainly in our experience, mental risk as well. So we have developed that as a separate goal in our business plan. And we can measure ourselves. One of our performance indicators is this classification report that WorkSafe BC brings out each year for each classification. So for local government, we can measure ourselves against other local governments. And so far, that comes out every July for the previous year. And so far, we have been better than average. But nevertheless, there's some work that goes into that. One of the things that we're doing this year is we're aspiring to achieve a certificate of recognition from WorkSafe BC. So over and above what's required in the Act, there's a higher level for high performing organizations with regards to safety, and it involves bringing an external auditor into the organization, doing their audit against their parameters, and providing a report. So we'll bring that in to committee. I mean, the benefit is you'll be a safe organization. The other benefit is you get a rebate from workers' compensation. So there's a financial incentive to doing this as well. And we did this back in 2011, 2012. So we did the independent audit and we passed that time. And then the way the system's set up is that if you do the independent audit, then you do 3 years of internal audits and you train your own internal auditor, and then you bring an independent back in. So it's an extensive process. There's a cost to bringing in the auditor, but we think it's worthwhile, and we're involving the fire departments in this as well. They're all on board because, of course, safety is of interest to them too.
Director Van Elfen, you got a question?
Through the chair, thank you. Is there any indicators on mental health for elected officials?
Well, I'll treat that as a hypothetical. And then the third goal under high performing organization is all about organizational culture. You recall a few weeks ago, I brought in our staff perception survey. We use our staff to measure us against the 8 characteristics of high performing organizations. So we have a tangible result each year, which we've had for the last 15 years. So we can see our trend lines as to how we're doing on culture. So we're going to continue that. And then we usually invite employees to sign up for an organizational development committee to develop a plan to make some sort of an intervention into the organization to improve the culture. So that's been working well for us. So we're continuing to do that. There's some other things there. This is where we talk about performance management and whether we're a good employer or not. And then the fourth goal under high performing organization is all about IT. A few years ago, we said in this day and age, information technology is so important to the success of an organization that we just have to concentrate on it. And frankly, we were starting to slip. We always had really good geographic information systems reputation. Our platforms were old, and we were starting to slip behind technology. We were understaffed, under-resourced. That's why you approved an additional GIS employee this year. So we're going to continue to focus on that. And then the watershed, of course, was COVID, where pre-COVID, we didn't even have microphones, let alone the ability to stream or televise or record. We had nothing, really. We had a bunch of people sitting around a table that we took hand notes on. So now we're in the technological age, and the transformation that our information services department has made has been significant. But it's all the other stuff. Everything we do now, there's technology involved. Water systems. Well, you have to have that SCADA system, so the supervisory data and control systems, right? So that you know immediately when a pump goes down or when a system's faltering. You have to have that. Asset management, it has to be electronic so that you can do your life cycle planning. Emergency management, we've got this Lightship package that's an electronic dashboard that's enterprise. So us and all of our 6-member municipalities can have the same dashboard up. Oh, I keep hitting my mic. So like really everything we do, your eScribe system, your electronic data management system, all of that is based on our capabilities. And that's why it was so important that we acquired that data center over at 176 Main Street so that we could upgrade it. And I mean, the other reason was that all of the First West stuff was better than ours. And they left it. So, I mean, it's just a matter of trying to keep up in this area. So those are the 4 goals under high performing organization, Mr. Chair. And then, like I said, we have the same sort of system for external, so optimizing the customer experience. And then we have the same sort of system under the 3 pillars of community sustainability. And then we have the same system under key success driver number 4, which is all about you. It's that one that says providing governance and oversight in a representative democracy. So I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Did I see a hand over here from you, Director Gettens? Go ahead.
Thank you. I just had a few questions about some of the objectives that were listed, if that's okay. So the 5-year financial plan, when we're going over a budget, not all the columns aren't always filled out in a way that looks like they're looking ahead 5 years. I think it feels like it's a bit more of in a developmental stage about where if we agree to this budget this year, then that means in 3 years' time, this is what we're looking at. Is that accurate? Like, is that something the staff, like the management staff, take into account when they're putting it together, their budget for this year, what it's going to look like in 3 or 4 years?
That is significant of a transition from our management staff recognizing they have to go from a 1-year budget to a 5-year budget. Yeah. And typically when you saw that was a department that didn't fill in their 5 years. So Mr. Safino just did a percentage increase and carried it forward. So we have recognized that every year after budget, we do a hot wash. We do, I mean, that's when you find out opportunities for improvement. So we're correcting that for the future.
I just have 2 more questions.
Go ahead.
And then my other question too is I saw under objective 2 about revitalize and promote buoyant alert. I was wondering if I can get a little bit more information on what that means, because it's going to be done in Q3, I think is when it's supposed to happen. But I didn't know that it needed revitalizing. I'm just curious about what that means, please.
Yeah, I think that actually is coming sooner.
It is.
Yeah.
It is coming sooner. We're trying to get buoyant alert good to go for emergency management, but we also want to bring forward a buoyant alert policy to the board so that we are all very clear on when we use buoyant alert and when we don't use it. And once we have all our ducks in a row with the system and worked out the bugs, we'll be heading out to work with some of the improvement districts and irrigation districts to get them online as well.
I think that would be really, sorry?
We will bring that into committee.
So that date of Q3, that will probably be Q2.
Yep.
Okay. I think, because I'm a big fan of this kind of push systems rather than asking citizens to go to social media and try and find it. I like the pushing. I think that's the way to go. And I just think the Q3, I'm just worried about it being after summer. So I'm glad to hear that it's coming a little bit sooner. So that's great. And then I just have one more question, if that's okay. On objective 3.3.4.5, water meter feasibility study, what water system is that? Or is it just an overall?
So again, this is one in capitals, but not bolded. So this is a next on your priority list out of the Macintosh workshop.
Okay.
But I mean, we clearly recognize right now for water conservation, meters are essential. And of course, that was when we took over the West Bench water system, that was one of the obligations that we agreed to with the city in order to get that bulk purchase agreement. So we would like to see that on all of our, I believe we have 9 water systems. And of course, we're looking at a few more that are in the acquisition process. But really only West Bench has a full metered system. We've piloted some other areas. Naramata, I think we have commercial and agriculture, but not all of them. And in some other areas where every time there's a new development, like you saw that with Okanagan Falls, we're saying you got to put in a meter chamber or at least provide for future meters, but we don't have a system there. We'd like to do a study and just identify what would be required for that, what would be the cost. We did put in a grant application. Unfortunately, that got denied. But it's not a simple process, but we think it is the future.
Just as a follow-up for that, in West Bench, it made a massive difference to everybody. And then, so part of that study around doing the leaking, identifying a leak, and when you hear about some of the leaks that were identified, they were underground irrigation leaks and how significant that could have a problem that could have been. That was a huge deal. So I'm really glad to see that. I'm glad it also that it's a regional focus and not just on one. So that's great. Thanks.
Okay, Director Monteith.
And through the chair, is it possible to do a buoyant alert test, especially before summer, with it not working properly at Apex? I think that the residents up there definitely would like to have that opportunity to make sure that the system is working and that they have access to it.
I see you're taking notes for that. Go ahead.
We can do a test. We can isolate a specific area. We're actually in the process of starting to do pushes as well, where we're reminding people to get their data up to date. So certainly we can do that in Apex, just in that specific area. And also along with that comes a little bit of public information to encourage those who aren't signed up already to be signed up too. So yeah, thank you.
Follow up, go ahead.
And through the chair, I think the message for the community of Apex needs to be that they actually need to go in and update their PIN, because if they just put their address in, it doesn't work. And that's what residents were doing. So they actually have to go in, because to share, at Apex, sometimes their address is Headley, sometimes it's Karamias, sometimes it's Penticton, sometimes. So when you go to use Google Maps with Buoyant Alert, it's not working at Apex. And that was a really big feedback that I got after the experience last year. So if we could be ahead of that this year, I think that's sort of ease of mind.
Okay, Director Coyne.
Yeah, that goes for every area. We've had the same problems in our community. We've told people that don't come up to use like town hall as their area, but it doesn't help when you need to put out a block by block Voyant. There are issues with Voyant Alert. It's not a perfect system. We've been struggling getting all of it up and running as well. It's not just a regional district issue. It's a system issue, and unfortunately, it's the best system that was available when it came out. So, we all bought into the idea, but we're working through the bugs, and the regional district is as well. So I just want to make that clear that it's cumbersome. It takes a lot of time to get a Voyant out, and it takes a lot of staff resources to do these things. So, it's not as easy as just put a Voyant out. You have to block it off. You have to make sure it's all ready, and off it goes. So it's way more than what at least we anticipated it being.
Yeah, and like Ms. Malden said, we are bringing Voyant back to give the board an update for one thing, but also the other part of that is the telecommunications system. So where we've had failures, electronic failures in areas like Apex, where the phone system has gone out, or there's been problems with the dispatch systems, I'm really interested to see the telecommunications study that we're undertaking right now, and it's in here somewhere. And that will tell us really what sort of shape we're in as far as telecommunications and what redundancy we have. I know when we did the 2010 study, we had a lot of work to do. And we've made even some improvements over that, but I think nowadays, I was saying to Director Bloomfield, I just saw the SpaceX study, satellite blew up. So I think Wi-Fi and SpaceX, we used SpaceX at Loose Bay Campground to provide Wi-Fi. So there's all sorts of new technology out there that I think this is going to help point out.
Okay, thank you. I'm seeing no more questions, so we'll move on to the next item C, which is the Q1 activity report. CAO.
Yeah, let me just bring that up. Okay. So same deal. This is the second meeting at the end of the first quarter. So this is when we bring all of our activity reports to committee to provide you an update on the activities that we undertook during the first quarter and where we're going in the second. So under corporate services, we bring 4 departments. These are what we call our support functions. So those whose main client base is other employees. So information services, finance, legislative services, and human resources all report out through corporate services. So there will be 4 sections in this report that each identifies what they've been working on in the first quarter, so January, February, March, and what they're going to be working on in April, May, June. So under legislative services, clearly, especially following election, heavily focused on just getting organized. And those are most of the activities in there, but certainly with our legislative services function, we've expanded that. This is where all of our corporate communications flow through. It is heavily invested in supporting board. It's all that stuff about getting the agendas and the minutes and all that out, but also activities like the local government week and getting that planned, and some outwardly focused activities as well. And with communications goes along that whole Voyant program and other communications programs. So that all falls under there. Really what I wanted to point out though was in some of the Q2 activities, we mentioned that the Emergency Program Act modernization was discussed at the Chair CAO forum a few weeks ago that the chair reported on. We talked again about it yesterday at the CAO group meeting. We haven't seen the legislation yet because it's embargoed. UBCM has a committee that's working with the province. There's an Indigenous partner that's working with the province. We haven't seen it. But from what we understand and from the discussion papers is that there will be a requirement for every local government to have a business continuity plan. We got started early, but we haven't reviewed our business continuity plan for a couple of years now. So that is on for 2023, as it will be for every local government. You're going to have one. And then the other thing I just wanted to say on that is my understanding now is that the Emergency Program Act is going to hit the House on May 11th. So they told us it was coming in the spring sitting, and they told us that the regulation was going to follow at the fall sitting. So they're working hard on it I mean, it was under discussion for 5 or 6 years, but when they decide to do something, they can move quickly. So huge, in my opinion, there's going to be a huge influence on local governments with this Emergency Program Act. Certainly, from what I've seen so far, this is a harbinger of the province incorporating UNDRIP and DRIPA. A lot of impact on this Emergency Program Act on that. And I think in every piece of legislation they bring forward now, that's going to be a focus for this government.
Okay, I seen a hand from Director Taylor. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, pardon me if I've missed it.
Your mic's on. Yep.
Pardon me if I've missed it, but if we could get a brief on what's included there and the impacts on local government.
Don't know that we know all that yet, but
well, we haven't seen the legislation. All we have is a discussion document that's up on the website. But we did get a bit of a presentation at the chair CAO forum.
Director Coyne, you have?
Yeah, I have a couple comments on it. There's been a little bit of consultation with local government, but outside of UBCM, there hasn't been much. There was a workshop up in Kamloops. What was that? 4 years ago, something like that, just before COVID. There's been a follow-up conversation through Teams, and I've been on a few panels with members of the EMCR now, EMBC, but there's not a lot of information coming out. There is going to be a heavy focus on UNDRIP and DRIPA. There's a lot of concern, and especially in rural communities, as to what this is going to look like because of the lack of consultation to date with smaller communities. It was a pretty hot topic at LGLA a few weeks ago, or a month or so ago now. There were some heated discussions around it. So what it actually entails, nobody knows. They've been working on it, like the CAO said, for 4 or 5 years now. They plan on passing it in this sitting, and then hopefully in the fall session, bringing out the rest of it. So we're all kind of in the dark right now.
Yeah. If we want to divert for just a second, Mr. Chair, I can give you the brief that I gave to the CAO group yesterday.
Sure.
So what they said is that, I mean, clearly the act needs to be changed. It's based on the War Measures Act from 1914. So they need to update it. But then on top of that, and then there's been such significant events over the last 5 years, especially the atmospheric river. So, I mean, that has changed the landscape for emergency planning. There is going to be an increased focus on hazard analysis. So anybody that has a hazardous a risk analysis is going to have to redo it and update it. Okay, and it's got to be holistic, not only the local government. It's got to include the First Nations and other major infrastructure providers. And it will be based on the Sendai framework, which is all 4 phases. Right now, we concentrate on preparedness and response. We're going to have to concentrate further on recovery and mitigation. So, which is frightening as far as the mitigation goes. When they bring out the regulation in the fall, it's going to have enforceable rules and regulations as to what each municipality will have to have. And it will particularly focus, it says, it will give the provincial government an ability to order mitigation and preparation measures. If you're not doing your job, the province will tell you to do your job, or there will be penalties. It will include guidelines that recognize Indigenous rights in relation to emergency management and the importance of building cultural safety in emergency management policy, services, and supports. The legislation will recognize UNDRIP and DRIPA and the draft principles that guide the province's relationship with Indigenous people. That will be in the Act. Okay, that's no longer available for misinterpretation. It's going to be interesting to see what the wording in the act will be, but that is clearly a focus. And when they say cultural, they're talking about, because we had this presentation at the Chair CEO Forum, is that if you're in an event and you have your emergency operations center activated and you need to go on property in order to mitigate potential damages, you may have to do it like an archaeological assessment or get a cultural, have a First Nations liaison to do the cultural discussion if it is off reserve native or even on if it's going on reserve. Like these are significant impacts on significant changes on what we're doing now. It's going to broaden the definition of emergency within the act. So all of these new types of things like shooters at a school, that will now be classified as emergency, and you're going to have to prepare for that in your hazard analysis, right? And have a plan. The definition will be updated to include impacts of cultural sites. So when you're in the EOC and you're talking about what a flood or a fire might do, you're going to have to take that into account as far as your planning goes. The one good thing, well, I shouldn't say that. That's pejorative.
One of the good things.
A good thing is they're extending the timeline for a state or local emergency from 7 days to 14 days. You remember that, I mean, our events last 3 months. So, but at least this time we can issue an order for 14 days instead of 7. And they're a lot of work. And there's like a 90-day recovery period, yeah. So that is also very good. Yeah. Indigenous governing bodies will be recognized in the Act. There is some discussion about what is or where, who is a decision-making authority for an Indigenous body? Is it the elected group? Is it the elder chiefs? Who do they take direction from? So they're going to have a definition of that. And I think that may be one of the reasons why maybe some of the Indigenous communities are not happy.
Yeah, struggling with it.
Because they're going into their territory. The Act will authorize agreements to provide Indigenous governing bodies to access and exercise statutory response and recovery powers. So they'll give First Nations powers under the EPA. There will be a new requirement for the provincial government and local authorities to consult and cooperate with Indigenous governing bodies. This is under the Emergency Program Act. Local authorities and critical infrastructure owners will be required to use any available Indigenous knowledge in their risk assessments and emergency management plans. Going to have that component included on your committee. Issues related to vulnerability, cultural safety, and intersectionality will be required to be addressed in the preparation of risk assessments and emergency management plans. Right? So like right away, you can see anybody that has an emergency response plan, which is everybody, you need a new one. Like everybody, all at once. You need a new plan. So just really significant impacts from what we're seeing. Okay, again, we haven't seen the wording of the Act, but that's what they're saying in their discussion documents. Roles and responsibilities of local authorities, including requirements for the development of risk assessments, business continuity plans, and emergency management plans, will cover all 4 phases of emergency management. They will be modernized and clarified in the local authority emergency management regulation, which is supposed to come out in the fall. Okay, no longer discretionary. They will be that inclusive. The regulation will include a continuum of enforcement tools, including fees, fines, and administrative monetary penalties, along with dialogue and compliance requirements, and in some cases, agreements. So those are some of my concerns, Mr. Chair, and I think other regional districts as well.
Yeah, that was the general gist of the discussions at the Chairs and CAO Forum is there's a lot of changes coming, and we really don't know how big or how bad they're going to be or how it will affect everybody. So, and no money to allocate it along with it either. Director Taylor?
So just a quick one, and just pure supposition on your part, but is this really an effort to reduce their financial obligation on the recovery side by putting some of the more mitigation work onto the local government? But do you think they'd possibly even put some of that recovery cost, more of it, onto us?
There will undoubtedly be a financial impact on local governments out of these changes, as if that's their focus. I think this is really, I mean, this is the segue into incorporating DRIPA and UNDRIP into their legislation. That's how they're going to implement their declaration of rights for First Nations. They're putting it in each piece of legislation as it comes forward. And I think it is certainly evident in this one.
Director Coyne?
The mitigation part has been a kind of a focus of this government in the last, 3-4 years, CO? And there is a portion of this, and it's going to be, from what I understand, there is going to be some mitigation part to some of whatever's coming forward so that we can try to prevent it from happening. I don't think the province is planning on not being a partner with that. We've seen it with FireSmart. They've been pouring tons of money into FireSmart, and the more you do, the more you can get. And I strongly, and they've shown now a commitment to flood by having BC Wildfire year round and whatnot. So I don't think this is about necessarily downloading the cost onto us, maybe downloading the work onto us, but I feel that they want to be a partner in that mitigation because it does save money in the end. Because if we are prepared, then we don't have to, rebuild as much. But I think there's going to be a big part of this, and this is anybody who lives in a floodplain. We are going to be held accountable if we continue to allow development in floodplains. That's been made clear from the federal government as well as, to some extent at the local provincial government. So keep that in mind as we move forward. I mean, the federal government came out and said, if you build in the Greenway or whatever they call it in Ontario, we will not fund rebuilding and we will not deal with it. So there is a effort to have us accountable for our zoning.
Which for us is our valley bottoms, their flood areas.
A good portion of it. Okay. Oh, go ahead, Director Conans.
Thanks to the chair. Would that affect us with things like orphan dams where they would say, you better do something about this, and force us our hand on something that, on a disaster that could happen in the future, but hasn't really been given direct responsibility for?
Well, they can do that now. They haven't, but they could. But I think, orphan dikes, are top of mind. They're talking about them at least at the provincial level. But we know, like the Sportsman's Bowl, like the Park Rill system, the study that we had done in 2018 after that flood, that's got to be probably 25 million now. It was 15 back in 2018. We know that if we were responsible for the Similkameen River and putting in protective systems in there, that we're talking tens of millions of dollars.
Quickly.
I'll just quickly. There, at UBCM, there was some quiet talk about maybe the province taking back the Diking Authority, which is most welcomed by most of us. Somebody's got their speaker on. So that's I don't think dead in the water. I'm hoping it's not. But no, if we were to have to take care of orphan dikes, there's no way we could possibly fund it, and there's no funding available provincially or federally that will pay for that.
And that's provincial wide. That's not just us.
Yeah, it's for everybody.
Everywhere.
Okay, seeing no more hands, continue on with the next section of that?
Okay, where was I? Legislative services. So obviously, we've talked about the citizen survey. You approved the question set. They're going to move ahead with that in Q2. And we've talked about the void alert. Code of conduct. So after, was that the Reese Harding workshop? Yeah. After the Reese Harding workshop where we talked about consistency between codes of conduct, which is now a regulatory requirement for local governments to at least discuss it. We, as a CAO group, delegated that to our corporate officers. So they presented to us yesterday, and they have a good draft, lots of really good benchmarking, lots of information. I think we've got a direction going where there will be another draft, but eventually, I'd say within probably the next month, that we should be able to get that up to committee. And it looks like we can have at least perhaps a front end for as a regional document. We talked about the whole thing about it, should there be one, I forget what you call it, like an ethics commissioner or an investigator. So all of those different issues, we had a good discussion about yesterday, but it's advancing. So that's well done on the corporate officers.
Okay.
For information services, really, I mean, Danny's got so much stuff going, it's ridiculous, but really the one I wanted to point out is that we did get that letter from School District 67 saying they will not provide our phone service for us any further after the end of June. So we need a new phone system. Danny's working on that. That will involve not only our internal system, but also cell phones and a whole bunch of stuff. So that's a big job, but we have to do that by the end of June. So that is well underway, as well as all the other stuff he's got going. The finance department, clearly Q1 was all about budget. Q2 is all about the financial statements and getting the audit. And then some of the other stuff that we saw in their business plan for work in Q1, they're advancing on. We are doing, one of the things you asked for when we were in budget committee, you wanted to do a post-budget review as well, from your perspective, which is necessary. We've done it administratively, and now we'll get that report ready, and Jim will, Mr. Sfino will be in and doing some sort of a hot wash and a consultation process to see what you need as far as the budget process goes for future years. So that'll happen in Q2. Human resources, again, because we're on a calendar year, that's when we do our performance management planning. So every employee in the organization gets a performance review, and that is all done during Q1. So everybody's busy about doing that. They're really working hard on getting ready for our certificate of recognition program, bringing that independent. There is a lot of work. Like really, when the independent auditor comes in, he's going to make sure we comply with WorkSafe BC. So he's going to check all of our records, all of our safety committees, making sure that they're compliant, as well as the other parts of the checklist. Somebody asked a question before about psychological safety. We do. There is a program that has been put out by WorkSafe BC about psychological safety, and we've introduced that into our organization, and Human Resources is responsible for that. So they did do work on that in Q1. And it was a mental health awareness training program that they introduced. We're getting ready for the long service awards that are coming up. And then in Q2, and I was talking to Mr. Stat yesterday at the number of just recruitments for local governments these days. I know Graham was already over 50 for 2022. Certainly we were as well. It's just ongoing, and it takes a lot of time, not only to exfil the employees that are leaving, but also then to do review of the job descriptions, looking at the structure, getting the ads out, doing the interviews, onboarding, all of the things that employees are able to ask for these days. So the retention part of it is a huge job for each position, let alone like the 50 that our human resource managers are doing now. So just huge undertaking. And at the same time, Carmen took her green belt in the Lean Sigma 6 program. So again, we're going to start looking at process mapping exercises and where we can improve our efficiency and effectiveness on that. We did that a few years ago for those board members that have been here for a while. I'm going to do it again. Because as soon as Marnie left and went to Summerland, she was our green belt. So we had to get a new green belt. And I'll leave it there, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any questions on those, or seeing no hands? We'll move on to item D, which is outstanding board action for
Okay,
information.
can you bring that one up, Danny? Okay. Okay, so we've talked about this from time to time, and I'm still not sure. Are we on to the board intranet now?
This is the one that should appear on the board intranet.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just everybody's familiar with the board intranet and how to get on it? Okay, so that doesn't do us any good then to put that on there.
Send the link out again. Yeah.
It apparently came out with a link in an email, which you should retain. But there's some good stuff on there for elected officials, one of which is our outstanding items list. So again, every time you make a resolution or a bylaw that requires action for us to implement, we put it on the board outstanding action list and we check it at our senior management team meeting on a regular basis. And now we're bringing it quarterly so that you can see where the outstanding items are. And when Mr. Petrie was talking about Green Mountain Road earlier today, that is our longest standing action on the board action tracker, the Green Mountain Road one that happened after the floods in 2018 and the injunctive action that we're taking. Usually if it's a long-standing item, it's going to be because there's a court action. It takes so long, not only to get there before we want to take that action, but once the board gives us permission to seek injunctive action, it takes years to get through the court system. But there are those types of contraventions that require that sort of an action. So Danny's got that up on the screen. It's in your eScribe as well, but I'd be happy to answer any questions on any of these. Obviously, the longest one from 2018, that is that one about 1825 Green Mountain Road and the injunctive action because it's a hazard. And now that we know it's a hazard, we can't allow people to go back in and occupy because then we're liable. And it's not safe. So unless they can prove it's safe, they can't go back in.
Okay. Any questions or discussion on this?
Anything with regards to any of the injunctive actions that are still outstanding, you can find on here. There will be a recent update from the person responsible. Most of the time on some of the, well, I shouldn't say most of the time, some of the times on those injunctive action ones, all you'll see in the update is turned over to the lawyer for court.
And it stays there for a long time.
And then we wait for it to come back. But some of this stuff, the subdivision servicing bylaw is on there. So we're doing that. There was a request from Area D. When was that? That was a while ago. There's a subdivision up in Vintage Views that has some difficult offset challenges as to where how big the offset should be because they face on a cliff. And we want to get to that instead of doing them each individually. There were some encumbrances put on them when we approved them, but instead of doing changes when they're available individually, we'd like to do it holistically, but planning just hasn't been able to get to that at the time. I don't know if there's anything other substantive. And then, of course, most of the recent ones we're still working on, but there are some that are 2 to 3 years old that are still on the list, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, so move on.
Okay. Can you put up that growing communities presentation? All right. So at our last meeting, this is regarding the 4.48 million for the regional district that came from the province as a grant. And while there's not a lot of criteria around them, there are some, which we talked about last time. And the first meeting that we talked about it, we wanted to know, you're gonna have to follow along with me here, Danny. Yeah, we wanted to know how you wanted to spend your money. We had just been through that prioritization project with Gordon McIntosh. We said, do you want to focus on the high priority projects? Do you want to just split it up between electoral areas? Do you want a mix of it? We showed you the funding as to how we got to our amount so that you knew where that was coming from. And what you decided on was that you wanted to sort of split it. You wanted half. You wanted half for the electoral areas. You wanted the 2 million for priority projects, and then just some left over for just each of the 9 electoral areas. So that's how you come 2 million for your priority projects, 2.5 for your electoral area, rural projects, and then 200. Sorry, that 272, is that the breakup of the two? Yeah.
It's the 9 electoral
Yeah,
areas.
so that's the split. So 2 million for the priority projects and 2.5 for the rural areas. And it's just split evenly, not based on population, just split. And I wasn't sure, that was not a consensus on how you wanted to split that, but that is what you came up with at your last meeting. So next one, Danny. And so for the rural split, we gave you a spreadsheet of some of the projects that we saw for each electoral area. And I'm sure that each of the directors will come forward at the appropriate time with which projects they want to proceed with. We have to assign, this is different for regional districts. This is not, you wouldn't have seen this when you were discussing it at your incorporated community council meetings. Regional districts have to commit the money to a service by the end of this year. We don't have to spend it until for 5 years, but we have to tell them where it's going to go. Okay, so that is different from what the member municipalities would have seen. For the high priority projects, what we've done in the past, we used to have these things called regionally significant gas tax program. It was a funding program, and it was supposed to stimulate regional districts to think bigger picture and pick regional projects to fund out of gas tax. So we developed a rating criteria so that the board could determine which were the higher rated, more significant projects. So Lisa dug these out because most of them are utility focused. But these are the ones that we have operated on before. And that spreadsheet that came out with your report, you would see how that rating worked. It's a Likert scale, sort of between 1 and 7. The 1 being the lowest rated score, 7 being the highest, and we came out with a statistical result to make it easier to make decisions. So that could be one way that you would do it, and we've showed you that. Really, of the 7. So what we were looking for was what is the highest benefit for our public in order to provide the money towards that. So that was the widespread. So for us at that time, if it affected all 15 jurisdictions, then yes, that was a regional project and there was great public benefit. If it was shared, say it was an Okanagan project or a Similkameen project, or if it was 2 electoral areas and an incorporated community, or if it was just 3 electoral areas, there's a bigger public benefit than there is if it's just local. So we had that as one of the criteria. Did she explain this on these?
In the report.
In the report.
Oh, it's explained in the report. Okay. So you can see how she split it out between the 1 and a 7. Really just based on how many are included. The second one on regulatory obligation. So if there is a piece of legislation that says that we must do something, then that obviously might take priority. So when this new Emergency Program Act comes out, maybe that will have some influence on some of our regional programs. Otherwise, what we had indicated was that a high score on this, if it is a requirement, either by the province or IHA, some other regulatory body, that would be a high priority. If it was just the board, if we were doing it internally, then that would score lower. The health and safety one, we included as a criteria. So we were looking both at public safety and employee safety on this one for projects. So if it was a life-threatening, then that would be a 7. If it was just a lifestyle type of a requirement, that would be a 1. Environmental health, because that's one of our values, and it was a high priority. It's one of our goals under the key success driver number 3. So environmental sustainability was very high. If we saw something that had where we could improve an environmental hazard like a wastewater treatment system, that should rate high with the board. Otherwise, if it was just discretionary, then that was a lower one. Quality of life we included in there. You can see what the criteria are for that. And then there is no shovel readiness requirement for expenditure on this. You have 5 years. The regionally significant program, it used to come in and they'd say, okay, well, you have 2 months to get this done. So obviously that cut out a lot of our projects because first of all, we wouldn't have had detailed design completed, and secondly, we wouldn't have had our local government share. So we included it in here for consideration, but the only thing here is it has to be able to be done by the end of 2028. So there was that one. And then the last, criteria 6, we have 7 criteria that we put in here for consideration. Project readiness, sort of the same deal. And then service area established. So really where we want to get with on this, as far as moving forward, first of all, I just want to make sure that you're committed to this split. Half for the electoral areas and half for strategic, really priority projects. Which seemed to be the way that we were going. And then next, we're going to have to decide on how we're going to make those decisions on the high priority projects, which could be just a discussion. It could be out of the strategic plan, or it could be based on a rating criteria. And we've given you a list of projects on that Excel spreadsheet that came out on eScribe with the report. So how do you want to proceed, Mr. Chair?
Well, we've kind of already made a decision as to how it's split, but I know there's not 100% satisfaction with that, but unless there's a change, I think we kind of got to just move forward off of that and decide. I see a hand from Director Bush. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my idea in the SMELC meeting was to have the 3 areas, or 2 areas in the village of Karamist do like a building for the fire department, which is needed because ours has come to end of life and it's in the wrong place, and work safe could
Yeah.
give us an eviction notice anytime, but so the more money we could put towards something like that, which I would think the fire department would come top of the top 7 and as far as point goes for every reason, right? For safety and whatnot, but are we losing money because we're putting this 2 million into some other service we don't know about yet? Or I don't know. There's so many questions, but I mean, we have a very good reason to spend a lot of money for fire hall.
Well, all I can say to that is that that's a valid point. I don't remember what your share would have been prior to the change. If it would have just been split amongst the 9 electoral areas, it might have been different, but your description would have potentially give it, if we use the rating criteria, a fairly high rating. It might make it to the top. So you may get to the top of the list. If you go on your own, you may not have enough money to do it. So it's one of those things that we kind of got to work through it and see where everybody wants to be.
But why can't that 2 million be split up based on these priorities? Like, there's nothing to say that 2 million can't be used on top of whatever you're willing to contribute and what Director Roberts and what the village is going to contribute, and then there's top up from that. I mean, that was the idea of it being a regional, right? Was that everybody has access to it. It's not just going to one area, because the other way, you got the least amount.
Yeah, but I'm not looking at my area. I'm looking at all 3 areas.
Yeah, you're thinking of a regional project. So. And that's the idea, is to kind of get, I think, people thinking of a regional project and something that benefits, but. So are we prepared to go with the evaluation criteria and evaluate some of these projects and come back with it? Director Yettins?
So I wasn't at the last meeting, and so then I get the lucky position of watching the debate and then coming here prepared with that. So I took some time to think about this, and I think splitting it in half, I'm not sure exactly how that number came up. I understand there was a movement because municipal population was included in part of our funds, but that's not 2 million. It's a little bit less than 2 million to do that. And when we talk about these regional priorities, I think we can all agree that, we all know our area is the best, and we know the priority is the citizens. So the way to get, in my opinion, more power to George to get or Director Bush to get his things done, is to give the rural areas the money so they can address and work with their neighbors and get these sub-regional programs going and get it done. That's part of it. So when you look at all of the sound optics from what the Premier has said and the Ministry of the Municipal Affairs have said, it's all about addressing community unique infrastructure and amenity demands, and it's all about community recreation and investing in citizens. And I think that your fire hall is a priority, and I stand with you on it. I just don't know if it's fair to the people in Meadow Valley that don't even have a fire system. You know what I'm saying? So that's why when you spread it out like we do with our gas tax, the immediate impact then goes to the citizens. If a good idea comes along between Area F and Summerland, I've got the funds to do my bid in it. But right now, that's a little bit less than it was in the beginning. So I do struggle with how it was divided up. And I did actually ask our CFO, our CFO, Mr. Zafino, because I took a look at this list, and it's an interesting list to me about what's in my area. I would have loved to have participated in making the list, to be honest with you. But many of these projects can be funded by gas tax. So there is a funding mechanism there for gas tax. There's some that can't be funded by gas tax. So right away, I would kind of look at knocking off everything that could be funded by gas taxes. You've all got gas tax, and you can address these priorities right there. So the ones that aren't funded by gas tax, the top rated one is financial and HR software, and you purchased that for 800. That's got 34 points. Does that help citizens with their parks and their amenities and making their life better and on attracting more people to live in BC? No, it doesn't. But so that's, I think, the struggle that we're going to have. So my area and the priorities that I think for Area F are right. I don't think I necessarily agree with this list wholeheartedly. I think there's a few things missing, a few things I don't have any citizens looking for me to invest money in the SCADA upgrade, but I've got gas tax and reserves to do that. So I think by empowering your rural directors who know their area well, who know their budget well, who know where their gaps are in their communities, that's how we're going to get the money spent in the most productive way. So I just wanted to share that because, yeah, it's hard. It's hard when the province continually underfunds rural citizens compared to municipal citizens. I appreciate Director Johansson in bringing that forward last time, but this table doesn't have to amplify that. Like, you could stand with us and help us out in our areas because we've got those gaps too. So that's my comment.
Okay. Director Fedrigo?
Thank you to the chair. So when I was going through the list, it was super helpful with the ratings and whatnot. So I kind of went to the Campbell Mountain landfill, where a couple of them are like required by regulation to keep the landfill operational. So I'm kind of jumped out like, oh, we lose our landfill? Probably not a wonderful thing to happen. And the landfill generally is fairly expensive and a regional project. So that one on here is listed at 2 million. So right there's funding into one project that is required for us to keep a landfill open. And then kind of further going down the list for more regional option, I looked at what else can we do that will help us leverage other funding. So regional housing strategy, the federal government has a housing grant that's going to be announced later this year. So if we had a plan, we would be able to further elevate our funding to apply for more. So looking at some of the plans that would help us to potentially receive more grant funding down the road.
It's good thoughts. I'm all over the map, though, in terms of a direction. Director Monteith.
And through the chair, I fully agree with Director Gettins. I feel that this is a chance for us to get things done in our rural communities. Apex Fire Service, they just created a new service. They're in the process of going out to a building. They have cost overruns that may basically cancel the service. That's where we're at. So if you're looking at critical opportunities, here's a chance I could put money towards that service for my residents at Apex. Like there's so many projects that I have that didn't make this list, and you're right. I think that I have different ideas possibly, but this is a chance for me to get some of those regional projects off my plate that need to happen. And I do appreciate the splitting of the service or the funds between all the electoral areas, but electoral areas that have a higher population have higher needs. And I'm struggling with higher demands than I have money to be able to support. So I did like the way it was presented before, where we had it by population, just because then I felt like I was able to address the needs of my residents a little bit better. So that's my approach.
CAO?
Yeah, always tough to spend money. It probably harder to figure out how to spend money than it is how to allocate. But don't focus on the spreadsheet. We just asked staff to prepare a sample of potential projects that may fall under area. You get to decide what the final projects are. Don't focus on the draft that has come in. And then the only other thing I'd say is that in the end, yeah, it comes down to money. So on a regional project like a financial software system, we've been advised by VATM, it's a finite timeline. They're not going to be supporting VATM coming in the future. So at some point, the regional district will need a new financial software package, and that's what it will cost, and we will have no choice. So that would be a regional project. It's not there isn't a finite date on it right now, but I mean, they're setting us up for it. So that's why we would consider it a regional project, and then the others local. Not saying that the locals aren't more important, just that if we're looking at categories, that's where one might fit in.
I see some hands, but I just wanted to comment on the criteria that were potentially to be used, those 7. It took into account a lot of different things, though. It wasn't just the regional aspect. That was just one of 7. There was 6 others that you should really take a look at, because that, if we use those criteria, that might bring a project different to the forefront. So I'll go to Director Van Elfen and then Director Taylor.
Thank you, through the chair. I know in Summerland we received X amount of dollars, and if I'm not mistaken, it was for infrastructure improvement. Am I correct? Like,
The scope is very broad for this. You can use it on, you can't use it for operational activities, but other than that, it's almost unlimited. Now, to pick a theme like infrastructure, that's another good idea, but it's not limited to that.
Okay. Director Taylor?
Yeah, I think staff was asking us if we had other criteria. And I do have one other criteria, and I think Riley sort of suggested it. I mean, is there another source of funds? Like, what's the point of spending this on something that we can 90% certain get grant money for, or we have gas tax money for? And this would be, you know, if there's something that sticks out that you really can't fund it with anything else, that would be great. To the other discussion, my understanding is, Mr. Chair, you're the only person that can put this question back on the table. I would certainly support it if you did. Yeah, as I said last meeting, I think we have some priorities that will never make it otherwise. And I think no matter how we spend this money, the region is going to get benefit. Personally, I think no matter how we spend it, whether we spend it on area up or region down, it's going to go into the region. And I think every other budget choice we make is region down. I would love to see a change. So just, you know, just on occasion. And I really, really appreciate everybody. This is a difficult thing. And I don't personally want to get, you know, too pissy about it, for want of a better word. I'll leave it there.
Okay. Director Roberts. Go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. Like Director Bush, you know, in regards to our local issues that are sub-regional and at the same time very critical and having to be done quickly, because again, we are in arrears in regards to work safe, etc. But at the other time, what kind of behooves me not looking at the regional, and when I've got questions like when I see long-term office space, I'm assuming that's by the, you know, the bank place where we got finance right now and IT. And my question in regards to that, because then looking up at the corporate office plans, and when we talk about facilities moving forward and saying it's a 20-year plan, what is that 4-year? Because I look at the long-term lease and I'm looking over here, it says only lasts for 4 years. And I know we've been in that building for a bit. So I'm assuming the 4 years is coming up and we may not have a plan in regards to where IT and finance go. And so it's kind of a convoluted question, because I'm kind of looking at all those three and what actually comes first. Like if you're not able to redo a building or buy a building or get the land and build, and in the meantime, you're running out of options in regards to your leases. So I just kind of want to know from the CAO where we're sitting in regards to that. Thank you.
Okay, CAO?
Yeah, so we have 2 annexes to 101 Martin right now. One is where the emergency operations center is in the community services department, just off to the side. We lease that. That lease is coming up. It's imminent. The other is the one that we've just entered into with First West at 176 Main, where the data center is. And that one's got about 4 years left on it. And I think what I understand is that's where our finance department and our information services department is, and that they are working to bring forward a presentation to the board on locking that down for a longer period, just because of the cost it would entail to move the data center. So yeah, we still have 4 years left on that lease, but if we want to lock it down, now would be the time to start talking about it.
Okay. Director Knodel?
Thank you, and through the chair, to answer Director Van Alpen's question, Summerland received $4,533,000 by themselves. But I'm I'm on Director Gettin's train here for a bit, and I'm looking at the program description from the province, and it was population growth in rural areas, and one of the factors was large distances to be traveled for service users and providers, and population growth is one thing that Area C has seen, a larger population growth than the total population of the town of Parameus and half the population of Princeton. So more than half the population of Princeton. So that, there's definite areas where rural areas are being, as Director Coyne put it so eloquently in his article, feeling very left out from these. So, and Director Coyne had a number of statements there about the rurals feeling like they're being left behind, and definitely we are feeling like we're getting left behind in the funding program. So, thank you.
Okay, Director Coyne.
So that's why it was proposed that there was an even split amongst that certain amount, was so that nobody was left behind, because the proposal that was on the table was only based on population, which is not how this money was doled out. If you look at Cumberland, they got $1 million, almost $1 million more than Princeton. Grand Forks, which is even bigger than Cumberland, only got 1.9 million, and Princeton got 1.5. So it wasn't based on population. Otherwise, Grand Forks would have got double what we got, and it's not the way it was. But the proposal on the table was for the bigger populated areas, no matter what other factor, it was just population to get the most. And if you look at the criteria the province set out, it was not based on population. So that meant that the furthest away or the biggest growth wasn't going to get the money that was there. The way that it was set up, the way that some of us argued, was so that everybody got the fair chunk the same, and then there was money to go into the rest of the projects, and that is going to be your guys's. It's not the municipalities. We are not asking for a dime of this money. What it is to go into projects that you guys can work on together, or rural or regionally, however it wants to come up. It's not about us asking for your money. I know there's some people around the table thinking that, but that's not what it's about. We don't want your money. We wanted, and I argued that it was a fair split if that's the way we were looking at it, was based on population, because again, as I said, the bigger is going to get the most.
Okay, good clarification on the rationale for the split, but we are where we are with the decision made as far as how it's split. So it's what projects do we want to move forward with?
I think that needs to come from you. I think the projects need to come from the rural directors. I mean, that's whose money this is. I think the projects that are on the top of their list need to come forward, and the money spent that way. I know staff has a list, and they've given us a list, but obviously you listen around the table, and every rural director has their own list, and I think until we have that, I don't know how we judge that. Karamius and Area B and G, they have a very valid point. I mean, Director Roberts and I talked about this a couple of weeks ago about how are they going to get the funding to build their fire hall. Area H wants, they've got a dam that they're going to have to rebuild. Area I has stuff and area D has stuff, and I mean, it's great that there's this list here, but this is the list that was asked for a sample. So I think we have to ask the rural directors, what do you want? And then you guys can hash that out.
We're not going to get to that today, I don't think, the entire list, but could I offer, I offer a suggestion is that everybody, speaking of the rural directors, goes home and thinks of their list and submits that in to staff so it can become part of that report, and then we can look at it all. Because there's things that are on there that you'll put on your list or want to keep on your list, and there's others that you'll want to add that are all, so Director Getz, and then.
Yeah, thanks, the chair. What I want is the rural directors not to have the $2 million held out for this board to try and make a decision on based on a regional project. This conversation has been happening historically. It's really difficult to do it because all of our budgets are, as you all know, are for pay to play. So even investing in Falder water system is not something that West Bench citizens would do. It just isn't how the regional district works. So if there's money and I have the access to the money and I consider my weight, then I can work with my neighbors on doing something. The three of you can work with your municipalities and work on something. What's going to hold us up is not spending the $250 or whatever we have all been given, or $272. And even though it's not based on population, I get that it's not based on population, but part of the rural funding was. Every municipality, every person within the regional district was $17. Every rural person was an extra $30. And then so it was partly based on population is how we got the money. So when we talk about that extra boost that rural people get is also to accommodate that I have more people than some of the villages, but my area is massive, and just servicing that is part of the challenge of doing it. So the $2 million that's held, that's what's going to break this up. That's what's going to stall the conversation. If I have it with my area, I know the priorities, I can reach out to my neighbors and work it out, then it gets spent and the citizens get benefit. So for clarification, that's what I want. Bringing my list here forward and then having you and I go against it over which one gets the money, not productive to this board, in my opinion. I'd rather get the money and say, hey, can we partner on this? That's what I'm looking for.
That might be what you're looking for, but that isn't the motion that we've made and approved as a board. I could bring it back if that was a consensus of the board that they wanted to revisit that, but CAO?
So technically, Mr. Chair, we came to that conclusion at committee. The minutes of the committee typically go to the next board meeting for adoption by the board. So the motion hasn't been adopted by the board yet.
So it's not 100%. So it isn't just, it could be a future discussion then at the
well, it would
today's
be
meeting.
today
Yeah.
if you want to change that, because it would go to with the minutes this afternoon, unless you defer those minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Director Johansson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my original thoughts on this were to split up the amount to all 9 electoral areas evenly. And then, you know, there was some discussion and, okay, split up a little bit and then have a project list come forward. And that seemed like a reasonable approach to me at the time. But after looking at this list and hearing some of the discussion here, but mostly looking at this list, it just doesn't seem to be feasible for 9 electoral area directors to try and figure out how they're going to split up $2 million. It just, you can rate it and do all those things. You've got 31, 32, 28, 27. It just doesn't seem reasonable to me. What really seems a more reasonable approach to me is that the money does get split evenly between the 9 electoral area directors, not based on population or anything like that, giving each electoral director an opportunity to do a project themselves or to work with other electoral directors for a project that benefits their area or their larger region. I would be supportive of that because I just don't see, you know, the devil's in the details, and their details are so convoluted. I just don't see you getting to a point where you're going to be able to figure it out, especially when you're trying to split $2 million. So I would be in favor of revisiting this, and I'm not in favor of I voted for this motion. I wouldn't be voting for it again. Thank you.
So that can be dealt with this afternoon at the, I don't know if we can deal with it right now, can we? If I brought it back, I guess it could be as the chair's opportunity to reconsider.
I I mean, our committees are fairly informal, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure we apply all of our rules of
Yeah.
procedure to a committee. I'd say if it's the will of the group and if it's going to be contentious and cause conflict, just get rid of it. Just do it.
Okay. So I will bring it back for discussion or a motion on it. If we want to change that motion, I'm seeing a hand from Director Roberts.
Sorry, a little computer challenge there for a second. I'd like to make the motion in regards to the equal split between the rural areas.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. We've discussed it a fair bit, but there may be some more comments. Director Conans, go ahead.
Yes, through the chair. I guess I'm disappointed that this board, if this board agrees that there's nothing that we can find regionally. Isn't that doesn't that tell you that there's a problem with the whole board? That we can't find anything regionally to spend money on? And that will help and affect everyone at this board? It's actually wrong, and I'm really would be disappointed if this board could not do that. And this money, if it was meant to be split by the entire regional district. That is what it's meant to do. So, and if we're going to change that because we can't find anything in common, I just, like I said, I'm just disappointed.
Okay, Director Gettins.
So thank you, Chair. I recognize it's my third time talking, but I'm going to take a couple of my turns from last week. So I hear what you're saying, Director Conan. So last term, there was I think it was the second year that we were elected, there was extra gas tax. Everybody got this extra 50% bonus or something. I can't remember what the amount was. So I was new and I was excited. I was like, you know what we're going to do? A legacy project. Let's all pitch in that money that none of us thought. And we're going to do something rad for the region. And let's get that bridge actually in Vassal Lake and connect the trail. That was it. And every municipality an area, I said, whoa, we'll back up. We've got stuff that our citizens need too, including whatever was on your list at the time. So it is hard to find a regional program, but I want to make sure that we recognize that by spending in Area F or Area D or wherever, that is regional investment. What we spend it on is for the people of the region. So just because we're not funding one global project doesn't mean that I'm not now empowered to go and work with a neighbor, or what I do better for Middle Valley won't necessarily impact Area H one day. That is regional investment. It's just the power is with the director so we can get it spent now rather than trying to have this conversation for the next few years. That's my comment. So just recognize that we're all investing in the people that live in the region who pay the income tax to make this kind of funding possible.
Director Roberts, go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. To follow up, it is regional. When we look at projects like in the South Similkameen here, when we're talking about the village of Karamias and two areas that in and of themselves are some of the poorest, we have an incredible necessity for an infrastructure, like we're talking about the fire hall, and we really don't have the means. You know, I've been putting gas tax away and lining it up for the Karamias landfill being taken care of. We've got, you know, other things, and again, we don't have the population, but we still have a need. And you know, I do think regionally, but sometimes like with the split, it's almost like it breaks it down too much where you can't do really much of anything with any of them, but where we can work together with our neighbors, like we're looking and discussing about sub-regional needs between area B, G, and the village. This would be a real kick in the right direction for us, especially during this difficult time. Thank you.
Okay, Director McCorduff.
Yeah, thank you. Interesting discussion. And the last time when we were talking about this, my feeling towards having part of the $2 million for regional was because I could see some things such as the organics facility, Campbell Mountain, which to me is not in anybody's individual bailiwick, and it might certainly would help all of us. I mean, I've been on the board for a long time and we've been dealing with this for 10 years. and we haven't got anywhere yet. And to my mind, that was why I thought it was important to have a regional specific topic such as this that wouldn't be included in each one of the area, because I'm not sure that it would. However, I certainly can see both sides of it, and Emergencies did get 2.5 million, 2.5 million, I think, based on not only just population, but growth and various other factors. And we haven't decided how to spend that yet. But I'm assuming if we do something down there that it would affect probably everybody in the region. But my first thought was Camel Mountain. And to me, that's a really high priority to this board. And that's why I voted for the last motion. Thanks.
Okay. Director Wiebe?
Seeing as our name has come up a couple times. One of the things that we wrestle with, and I'm going with the advice of Jim Zaffino, my CAO and my CFO, is that joint collaborations between different levels of government isn't necessarily easiest to do with capital projects. And what I've consistently heard is that's not the best way to get it done. So we've talked about, pooling some of these things and getting these projects done, but I can tell you right now that the advice that I've had consistently from my CFO and CAO is that that's not the right way to get it done. So the idea that the collaborative approach is great, but typically the best way to get some of these things done is through reserves, which I was talking to Director Monteith, and they paid cash for a new fire truck. And I'm new to this regional district, and that I represent taxpayers twice, once as mayor and once as the chair or the director here. Still trying to fully get my head around it, but the idea too that all of this funding was only in the rural areas, that breakdown was $500,000, if I recall correct, to the regional district. It wasn't based on any area. There was a percentage, I think it was 10 or 17, whatever it was, per every resident in the RDOS. Then a rural, and I think, was it 3 or 4 different breakdowns? Yeah. I think it was just the 3.
And then the growth component.
Or the growth component. So to some extent, it's a little disappointing that, because I heard last week that the municipalities aren't willing to play ball. Well, we kind of are, because the municipalities are represented in that number. I know the municipalities got other funding, but to something that was said also last meeting, when Director Taylor talked about incorporating. There are advantages to incorporating. Right, that you have access to certain things that you don't get as an area director. And so are there challenges? Sure. But I just kind of wanted to speak up, because we did getting named, and we're running into some of these issues where I'm more than willing to work, but there's also right ways of sometimes going about these things, and I try to honor those, especially when, there's between the regional district CAO, our CAO, CFO, and our CAO and CFO, there's a lot of institutional knowledge that I do rely on, given that I'm kind of new to the job. So I just wanted to kind of weigh in on a couple of these thoughts. Thanks.
Good points. Director Bloomfield?
Thank you, and through the chair, I kind of feel like a family member is arguing over an inheritance of a senior member of the family that left a large will. Free money is always something to argue about, and that's what we have here. And we had a long discussion about this last time. I voted in favor of the split that we had, because I do believe in addressing some of the needs of projects that would benefit the region as a whole, or in sections. And there may not be ready-made projects in the each electoral area. So, great discussion, and I do see both sides of the argument. But actually, there's more than 2 sides to the argument, because we could argue about population division, or equal division amongst regional district electoral areas, or or a split. So it's almost like a 3-sided argument. And
you know, part of me just says, okay, you know, I'll just stand back and let the electoral areas deke it out amongst themselves and just not be a part of it. But, you know, that's not what we are. We are a region, and so we should try to act like that as well. And I appreciate the arguments today. I appreciate the points of view, but I haven't heard enough to change my mind from the last vote.
Okay. You're gonna, one more comment from
One more
Director
comment.
Coyne,
My
and then
last
we're
comment.
gonna call the question.
I'm going to support this because this is what I was arguing for last week, was an equal split so that nobody was left out. And that was my concern with what was proposed, was some were gonna get more than others, and it wasn't necessarily based on the right way to do it. This gives everybody the same amount of money, and if you guys wanna work together, by all means, please work together. Our portion is going into this, and like I said, I don't want any of this money. I want this to make sure it goes into projects. And if Area H does some of the projects, and one of the ones they were talking about is the dam up on the Shinnish Creek diversion. And if they do that, that is not only gonna benefit Area H and everybody downstream of it, which includes Area B and Area G and Karamias. Like, this is a regional project, and they don't have the funds right now, and they're looking at property taxes for, really, it's only about 50 homes for $1 million+ project. It's not fair. So that's why I wanted an even split, because it couldn't be just the biggest guy gets the most money in the room, because how is that any different than what I complained about in Castanet the other day? You know, it's not. It's the same thing. So if we are going to be a regional board, then we need to split the money as fair as we can. And the proposals weren't as fair as they could be. This is pretty fair. If the village does or doesn't want to participate, or however they want to work this out with the other two areas, they can, but that's up to them to decide. And it's a regional, it's a sub-regional. And that's another thing that, you know, hasn't really been brought up. You guys talk regional projects, they're Okanagan regional projects, right? They're not always Similkameen regional projects. So we put $4 million in the Okanagan side of things. That's not fair to the taxpayers on the Similkameen side. And I know we tiptoe around that conversation, but it's a real conversation. So when we talk about splitting money fairly, it has to be fair, because right now it's not always, but I find this fair. I know it's not the best, but it's pretty fair, and we're gonna get some major work done through this, and it's gonna get some projects off the ground that otherwise wouldn't exist. Thanks.
Okay. Not seeing any other hands, we will call the question then. I'll ask staff to read the motion if they will, but.
That the Growing Communities Fund be split equally between the 9 rural areas.
So it's,
So the last one's gone? Completely.
yeah.
This will replace it.
We'll have to also address that at the board this afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So everybody's clear on what they're voting on? Seeing everybody's nodding head, I'll ask for those in favor. Okay, thank you. Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, motion still carries. Do you need the names?
You would be.
4, 5.
Just 4.
4 opposed.
I thought I saw more than 4 hands in here.
No.
No,
Miller. Bloomfield.
Conans and McCardoff. I didn't see any on this side. Opposed? No, okay, so it was just the 4. Okay, motion carries. So we'll deal with that at this afternoon's meeting.
Yeah, we'll give you a prompt on that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, last item, and I don't know that we're gonna have time for it, but
We should
procedure
take a break
bylaw?
and cool down.
Okay, that might be the best. We'll take 10 minutes and then we go into hospital district. Thank you, everybody. Oh, motion to adjourn, I almost forgot. Moved, seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Perfect. Any opposed? We're done. I could have adjourned by consensus, but. Oh. Yeah, if you can. Can I ask Danny, you get us back online and we'll get started? We're good to go? Okay, if we could make our way back to our seats, we'll get started with the hospital district. And I'll go to Director Johansson for that.
All right, we'll get started here in 1 minute or less. It's all right, I'll remember. I forgive, but I don't forget. Is that what they say? I think we'll just wait for Julius. Or did he? We could get started. We should get started. Maybe I'll just get you to grab the door, CAO. I'll call this meeting of the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District to order, and I look for a motion to adopt the agenda as circulated. Moved, second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. First item is the adoption of the February 16th, 2023 minutes of the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District. Can I get a motion to adopt those minutes? Moved, second. Any further discussion on those minutes? Call a question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. So we'll move to the next item, item C. Item C and D, I've actually asked the CAO to put this on the agenda, and I'll speak to both of them. The PCN Steering Committee appointments. So just a little background. On March the 17th, there was a local government primary care meeting that was put together by divisions. It was attended by mayors, MLAs, CAOs, and some doctors were there. I was there in my capacity as mayor, but also in my capacity as the Regional Hospital District Chair, and Director Roberts was there in his capacity as the Vice Chair. Discussed primary care, talked about doctor recruitment, stats and trends in the region, talked about a little bit about solutions, inpatient and maternity care programs that are mainly only in Penticton. And at the end of the meeting, there was some discussion on sharing dialogue moving forward. How do we continue to keep everybody in the loop on these kinds of conversations? And one of the vehicles that came up for discussion was the PCN Steering Committee. So this steering committee has been meeting since 2019. The committee focus is regional. They meet on and discuss how to meet primary care needs in all the communities in the regional district. How do we work with the resources that we have available to meet those needs, and developing PCN service plans. The committee has 12 members. It includes doctors, nurse practitioners, has First Nations, IH, and some community members. Currently, there are 2 seats for the community members that are open and available right now, and in discussions that I had with divisions and discussions that came up at that meeting, the thinking is that these seats would be a great fit for the Regional Hospital District, the Chair and the Vice Chair. In my opinion, I think I agree with that. Number one, because of the regional focus of the steering committee, I think it fits really well with the Regional Hospital District. I think it increases the profile for the Regional Hospital District, and I'll speak to that under item D a little more, but just getting the hospital district more involved in the healthcare needs in our region and what we can do to support those healthcare needs and challenges. I think it's a great conduit for information from the chair and vice chair to and from the board, being able to communicate the concerns to the committee and be able to communicate what's going on from the committee back to the board. The chair and vice chair would also come with a great knowledge base on healthcare challenges throughout the region, regardless of who the chair and the vice chair are, because those are positions that change as people step down or different people get voted in. So the recommendation that I'm looking for here is that the board would appoint the chair and the vice chair from the hospital district to this steering committee. And I just open it up to see if there's any thoughts on that, any concerns with that, anybody that would think that's a bad idea or a good idea, it'd be great. Director McCorduff?
Thank you, Chair. I do think it's a good idea, and I would certainly support having Director Johansson and Director Roberts appointed to this committee.
We have a motion that's moved and second. Any further discussion on that? CAO?
Wondering, Mr. Chair, if you wanted to do that by position rather than individuals?
Yeah, that would be my preference, yes. Okay.
Chair and Vice Chair.
Director Gettins?
Thank you to the chair. I'm just curious about what our obligation is when we appoint a board member to a committee. So the committees that we are appointed on that I know about are usually funding committee. Like the film commission is my only experience. So I'm there not for any other reason because we give money to the film commission. I don't direct or anything. So my question is there any obligation or any policy that we need to do as a board? Or is this, like, do we have a policy on committees and how that works?
CAO?
No, it would be a liaison. We have a number of ad hoc committees that we've appointed members to, and they just report back.
All right, then with that in mind, then I'm in favor. I think it's a great idea.
Director Coyne?
Yeah, especially, I think this is pretty important, especially since, you know, they keep coming to ask us for funding on these matters. So I think we need a bigger voice at that table than what we've had in the past. And that's why I seconded this, is because it's a big issue. It's going to keep becoming a bigger issue, especially as the province tries to maybe finalize the rest of the PCN.
100%. Not seeing any more hands up, I will call a question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. So the second item is a business planning discussion, and I'll start it off by saying the question that I keep asking myself is, what can we do more as a regional hospital district to improve healthcare for the residents of the regional, the RDOS? I would like to have the regional hospital district be more than just a fundraiser approving board for interior health. I've been in the chair position here for, I guess, going on 2 years, and there's very little. There used to be in-person meetings with Interior Health. We have not had an in-person meeting with Interior Health. I think last year at Silga, so this is going back to 2022, and in 2023, had a Zoom meeting at Silga from Interior Health. There was supposed to be another one, I understood, at UBCM. That never happened. We were supposed to have a meeting in October. It got canceled with Interior Health. And I have had nothing or any communication from Interior Health yet at this point indicating that there's any more meetings coming up. And I'm just, as sitting in this position and wanting to provide value and wanting to do more for healthcare, it just seems like we're just a rubber stamp for Interior Health, which I find very, very frustrating. And if we want to do more, how do we do that? I think the steering committee that we just, I'll go to Director Bloomfield and just when I finish speaking here, I think is a good start. It gets us in the room where we can start having those conversations more often. And some of the things I'm thinking about, what about if we were to champion a capital project, for example, and look to Interior Health and the ministry to provide funding instead of the other way around? Is that something that we could do as a hospital district? You know, what can we do to play a stronger advocate role for healthcare challenges and what we can do in the region? I think the steering committee is a good start on that. A good place to start could be to reach out to the other regional hospital districts in the province and see what they're doing above and beyond being a funding board for Interior Health. So I'll just open it up from there. I'd like to have more conversation about this. I think there's room to improve and do better and provide better service. Director Bloomfield?
Thank you, and through the chair, yes, and in discussions that I've had with other politicians from around the provinces, for instance, there's a lot of other health boards that have MOUs, memorandums of understanding, with regional districts and hospital boards, their hospital boards, that sets out a protocol for what the relation looks like and what the responsibilities are in that relationship. So it sounds to me like that's something that that you would like. You know, there's obviously some issues with the communication with Interior Health by the sound of it, and maybe that could be addressed in an MOU. But I do know that CORD, Central Okanagan Regional District, are approaching Interior Health with a view to getting an MOU signed with Interior Health, and I'm thinking that they're bringing the other boards into play on that. But maybe if you could let us know if there's any movement on that, or any move to include other regional districts in that MOU.
Yeah, before I go to Director Coyne, I can just say I was chatting with a CAO about that before the meeting, and there was sort of an opportunity raised that the regional district could reach out and find out what the other regional districts are doing. And if CORD is getting an MOU, it'd be interesting to have a copy of what that MOU has in it. I think that would be really good information for us. I'll go to Director Coyne.
Yeah, so I had two parts, but I think it was just answered the first part, because I was wondering if under the legislation we had the ability to, what our framework is, like if we can even go that far. But if other people are doing it, then let's pursue that. I think this is a great idea. I support it fully because, as we know, any of us have been around for more than a little while, working with Interior Health can be bumpy on a good day. So any open channels of communication on a regular basis would be much appreciated, not only for here, but I think for the entire region. Thanks.
Director Miller?
Hi, thank you. I realize that the SILGA convention's this coming week, but something that everyone may want to consider for the next year, and it sounds absolutely outrageous, but I am serious on what I'm suggesting, and I think that health boards have to be publicly elected. We elect a school board, and even though a lot of us don't have kids or our kids have grown up or whatever, and something as important as healthcare, they use the system that's presently being used, with no disrespect to the people who are involved with it. But I really think that the only way to hold health boards accountable is through the electorate. And I would love if there's a municipality out there somewhere, or a regional district such as our own, to take to SILGA a recommendation that the province look to democratically electing health boards. Thank you for listening.
Any other comments? Is everybody happy with the way the regional hospital district operates and the service you're getting from it?
No.
Director Konaz?
Yeah, I think it's really outrageous that they would come in through the chair, ask us for money when they refuse, or they aren't setting up meetings ahead of time. And I think that that could be a parameter in our MOU that we set up, that we need to meet a certain time, certain number of times a year if they're going to come and present to us at budget time. It's something I know that, I mean, they might just do it willingly anyway if our communication somehow is improved, but I think that those parameters set would really send a good message.
Director McCordoff?
Thank you. So I was on the hospital board. I was elected. I was the chair of it when we had hospital boards. But that was changed about the mid-90s when it became hospital districts. So at that point, we had much less to do with it. So I'm not suggesting we go back to hospital boards, because that was really just for the hospitals and not for all the other services that were involved. However, it has changed over the years, and I think we need to get more involved. Absolutely.
Thank you, Director McCordoff. Well, I don't see any more hands up, but I do see a lot of people nodding. I think there's an expectation that we can do more. And before I finish, I will go to Director Bloomfield.
Thank you. I know. I was just going to say, I mean, SILGA's next week, so if we're all going to SILGA, if you're going to SILGA, then maybe we can reach out to the other hospital board chairs and see if there's see if we can start building a consensus as to how to approach to get an MOU for the entire Interior Health region.
Director Coyne?
So if you could send Councillor Grace or myself an email, we can probably see if we can get you a room to to meet with everybody while they're there.
That would be awesome. Director Miller?
Hi, thank you. I think locally, I just think the pathways situation of 2 years ago was a classic example of there apparently was public consultation. I didn't hear of any, but that decision was made. And I look at, as I said, going back to school boards, if they're going to close your neighborhood school, well, at least there's you have the option of voting the trustees out of office. But I would like to, if I'm allowed to, through the chair, to just ask Director McCortoff, having been there back in the 90s, did that work? Did the system work better with an elected hospital board?
Director McCortoff?
Thank you. It certainly did for our local hospital. We had a say in how the hospital was managed, and we had meetings once a month and talked about that. That didn't solve all of the problems, of course, because you're looking at, and it was just the hospital, not the hospital district, what the other things that medical needed. But we did have doctors on there, so we had a conversation once a month with doctors and with the management to talk about what were the issues that affected South Okanagan General. That's what it was. So it was good, but maybe not all encompassing.
Okay, well, I will reach out to Silva. Thanks, Director Coyne. I think that's great. If we can set up a meeting with some other chairs and vice chairs and start that conversation amongst us. And I will also work with our CAO to see what information we can get from other regional districts and get a copy of what this MOU might be. I think it would be great. I mean, one of the frustrating things is Interior Health comes with a budget, but how do you pick one or two things off of that budget when you don't want to fund the whole thing? And you really, I mean, they're all important. And that's why I suggested, well, maybe we should have our own projects and do it the other way around. Anyway, if there's no further comments, I will look for a motion to adjourn. Move, second, all in favor? We are adjourned. That gives us another time for another little break to cool down.
Open the door and warm up, then we will be, but 2:30, I think, is our start time for the next one, so make sure we're here, ready to go for that.
So just send a...
Send an email.
Okay.
Because Amy's president.
Yeah.
And then we can try to get it.
Mark,
Oh, yeah, he's-
Mark,
yeah.
just so you know, I have to zoom into a meeting
The-
and then I'll
okay.
come back, so I'll probably miss like
Record?
maybe
Okay.
20 minutes.
Okay,
Just so
is
you
there
know.
anything of yours that we might be dealing with?
That's like Kelowna, right?
Yeah, he's
Loyal,
There
I
is
know.
something
Okay.
coming, but I don't think you'll
Okay.
get there that quick.
He's the
But,
hospital chair? I thought
I
he was the
would,
chair of
if
the
I'm not
regional
here, I would just send that to my APC.
Right, directors, if we could start making our way back to our seats. We're a minute away from getting started. I'll ask Danny to get us out of practice. And are we good to go, Danny? Thumbs up? Perfect. Okay, everybody, we will call the Regional District of Okanagan-Smilkameen regular board meeting to order. Just a quick reminder on the consent agenda, looking for anybody who wants to take off anything off the consent agenda. I will advise that we're going to remove A1.3 and it will go to F1. That's the one that will deal with the corporate committee meeting that we just had the change of direction on. So we'll bring that as F1. Anything else that needs to come off the corporate or the consent agenda, I should say. Seeing nothing, looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us down to the corporate consent agenda. Looking for a motion to adopt that. Moved, seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. Brings us over to development services, building inspection, item B1, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this is a swimming pool that's being built without a permit in Heritage Hills. And of course, there's strict code requirements around a swimming pool. And we believe, without having had the inspections, that this could be a safety issue. So we're looking for permission for notice on title and to seek injunctive action if the property owner doesn't get in touch with us and work out some sort of an agreement between now and August 1st of 2023.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Taylor for direction on this one.
Move the administrative motions.
Okay, you're moving it. Seconded. It's on the floor. Generally, when there's a motion such as this, we ask if the applicant or owner of the property at 308 Heritage Boulevard in Area D is here and wants to address the board. Anybody online, Danny, that might be raising a hand or in the audience? Second call. Okay, seeing none. The motion on the floor. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, I'll call the question. This is a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to B2, CAO.
This is a property just outside Princeton in electoral area H, Mr. Chair, and it is one of those that's situated along the Similkameen River that was damaged by the atmospheric river in November, December of 2021. And at that point in time, there was a residence that was undermined, was in jeopardy after the atmospheric river. And we conducted a review of it, funded by an expense authorization form through EMBC. And it was determined that it should be removed. So since that time, it had been removed. And then subsequently, a new house was built, and there's a foundation that they plan on moving the removed house back onto the foundation. It's advertised as a B&B. It's in the RAR. we're recommending that we put a notice on title and seek injunctive action if there hasn't been any discussion with the owner prior to July 1st of 2023, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Director Coyne?
I just need to recuse myself from this.
Okay. I will go to Director Stringfellow for direction on this. Please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm looking for a little help on this one. From what I understand from the earlier conversations today, the injunctive action is very expensive and takes 3 or more years potentially. And if category 2 also makes RDOS not liable, can I make a motion to just go with the alternate number 1 to place section 302 notice on title?
I believe that is an option. CAO?
That is an option, Mr. Chair. We can just not enforce.
Okay. Is that the motion you're prepared to make?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Do I have to say it
She's
again?
moving. No, that's fine. So it's just the notice on title. Is there a seconder for that? Yes. The motion is on the floor. Again, we would ask if the owner is in the room or online, if they want to raise their hand or to address the board, they have the ability to do that. This is in 600 East Milkameen Road. Not seeing any hands. Okay, so the motion is on the floor. Any discussion on this one? Director Bloomfield and then Director Conans. Go ahead.
So under this motion, it wouldn't preclude from commencing injunctive action at a later date if the board so desired. Is that correct?
I think that's always an option, but I'll just confirm that with the CAO.
That's possible. We need a trigger, Mr. Chair, or otherwise we just leave it.
Okay. Director Conans, question?
Yes, I just had a question for Director Stringfellow. What is the reasoning behind your motion?
Director Stringfellow?
Right.
Go ahead.
Through the chair.
Through the chair, yeah. Just that the injunctive action seems expensive and a very long time period. The notice on title really does the same effect, and he has to pay all kinds of fees in order to make it happen. It's on his property title. If he goes to sell, the new owners are made aware of the current situation, so it could be difficult to sell anyways.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this one? Go to Director Watt and then Director Gettins.
Thank you, Chair. My only concern with this is that the problem doesn't get solved. It just gets that the notice goes on title. It doesn't actually be enforced, so the problem doesn't actually get fixed.
Okay. Director Gettins?
Thanks. I share a similar concern, especially if it's being rented out for a B&B. And is there any, I don't know how that works as far as what our role is on liability. But if it's rented for an Airbnb website and we haven't ensured that this is resolved, does that, and we know about it, where are we with that?
That's a question I'd have to go to the CAO and hopefully he can.
Oh, we'd be liable. We'd get sued.
Shed some light on that. All right, further discussion. I'll go to Director Taylor and then Director McCorduff. Go ahead.
Yeah, I understand the desire to not spend money needlessly. I don't mind going slow on the legal approach, the injunctive action, but saying I'm not going to take that step right now. I would prefer to do it the other way. I'd prefer to do both. And if needs be, just go slower than is going to happen anyway on the injunctive action.
Okay, Director McCorduff?
Yes, thank you, Chair. If this has just been put on title, a notice put on title, does that mean that the owner can still put this building on there and rent it out tomorrow if he gets it ready? And what liability do we have if he does that, if all we've done is put it on title, the injunctive action? Or is there a chance that that might happen? And if so, what happens? Thank you.
CAO?
Yeah, it's just like referring something indefinitely, Mr. Chair. We would just take no action on it. It would continue on as it is now and we'd take no action.
So it would be a building placed without a permit, uninspected.
Yeah.
That's the way it sits
Yeah,
at the
no
moment.
permit, not code compliant.
Okay, everybody's aware of that. Any further discussion? Okay, we all know what we're voting on here. This is just a notice on title. This again is a corporate vote. I'll ask for all those in favor. All right, those opposed? Do I need the names or numbers? Could I get the opposed held up again, just so we do get a good count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is defeated quite good. Okay, the motion is defeated. I would go and ask if there's another motion to be made here. I think we need Director Watt. Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I would make the staff recommendation.
Okay, so you're moving the original recommendation for notice on title and injunctive action, seconding it? Great. Any discussion needed on that? Go ahead, Director Van Elfen.
Thank you. Through the chair, I was a little confused with the first vote. This is what I wanted to see. I think if we go different approaches here, it just puts a message out to other people in the future going, well, they're not going to do a whole lot to me. So this way, I think it puts some teeth into it, and it sends a message that this isn't tolerated. Thank you.
All right, good point. Any other discussion? Not seeing anybody online. I'll call the question. So this is notice on title and injunctive action commencing July 1st, according to this one. So all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Directors Bush and Stringfellow, motion carries. Down to item C1, agricultural land. Getting Director Coyne, perfect. CAO, Agricultural Land Commission in Electoral Area E.
This is withdrawn, Mr. Chair.
This one's been withdrawn?
Yeah, they're going to try and work something out.
Okay, I think.
My understanding.
Director Federico, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, sorry, through the chair. I do support the delay, but can I send it to the APC upon new information being submitted to staff? Or do I have to do that when it comes back? Sorry, I don't know procedure on that.
When it comes back. I mean, we have nothing to send right now.
Okay, let's do it then. Okay, so that one's withdrawn at the moment. C2, another one in electoral area E at the CAO.
Yeah. So this is an application to develop 4 1-hectare lots. This is about 3, in between Penticton and Naramata. It's about 3 kilometers from Penticton. And it's an Ag 1 zone, which requires a 4-hectare parcel. And in that regard, Mr. Chair, because it would require rezoning, we are recommending that it not be authorized to proceed to the Agricultural Land Commission.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Federico. Direction?
Yep, thank you to the chair. I'd like to refer this to my APC, please.
Okay, so you're making the motion to send it to the APC. Is there a seconder for that? It's on the floor. Any discussion? Don't believe I'm seeing any hands. Did you? Oh, go ahead, Director Van Elfen.
Thank you, through the chair. Just for clarity, I'm looking at photos. Is it an operating farm as we speak today from what no? Or yes?
Director Federico?
No, so they have a large commercial building on the property, and they have mainly grapes.
Okay, some vineyard, yes. Okay, any further discussion on this one? Can't take anything from the public right now. It's just the recommendation or the motion is to send it to the APC, so there will be an opportunity for individual to speak at that. Seeing no further hands, I'll call the question. Again, corporate vote. All those in favor? Usually that would be rural. Is that not correct? Caught me by surprise.
So that's an alternative to the one that's on here, so yes?
Yes.
It would be, and it would be a rural only.
Rural only when it's going sent to the APC? All right, thank you for the clarification. So recall that. All those in favor, rural vote. Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to C3, Agricultural Land Commission referral on soil removal in Area H, CAO.
Yeah, so this is an existing quarry just outside Princeton, and they have to apply for their 5-year mines renewal. And we are in favor of this one, Mr. Chair.
I will then go to Director Stringfellow. Direction on this one?
Yes, I'd like to move the administrative recommendation, please.
Moved and seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion on this one? I think it's fairly straightforward. It's been there for a number of years, just looking to be renewed. Seeing no hands, I'll call the question on a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to C4.
Chair, I didn't quite get that. I didn't know whether Director Miller had voted.
He had the thumbs up.
There was also a hand.
Yeah, but that was the thumbs. Oh, okay. I didn't catch that.
Unanimous, thank you.
Yep. C4, development variance permit in electoral area I, CAO.
This is a 2-story addition to an existing garage in Cleedon, and it is intended to take it from the maximum of 4.5 meters to 6.7 meters. And just because of the small lot and tightness to the surrounding lots, we're recommending that this be denied, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Monteith for direction.
And thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to make an alternate recommendation to send it to the APC.
Okay, so you're moving, sending it to the APC. Seconded, thank you. Any discussion on this? And again, this would be a rural vote, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. C5, a temporary use application in electoral area D, CAO.
This is an application for a vacation rental in Peach Crescent. Mr. Chair, it's right down by Shuttleworth Creek, sort of right across from the new Avery Farms plant. And they are applying to put vacation rental in, and we are recommending that this be approved.
Okay, I will go to Director Taylor for his direction on this.
I'd like to move to deny.
Okay, so you're the alternate alternate motion is to deny the application. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded, it's on the floor. Generally, with the motion to deny, we ask if the applicant is or owner of the building is in the room and would like to address the board. You're free to come up and sit at the table there. If you just tell us your name and hit the little button in the center of the console, and the little green light should come on your speaker and everybody can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Carly. Yeah, I've written a statement. Is this a good time to go for it? Okay. So yeah, the economy of Okanagan Falls relies heavily on tourism. Tourism brings people to our community who spend money or fall in love and move here. Sorry. OK Falls in particular has had a rough few years. It is only recently we got our grocery store and pub back. These businesses rely on the influx of people in the summer to carry them through the slower winter months. I fell in love with OK Falls many years ago on a family vacation, and I can see so much potential. The Avery Family Farms Corp also sees the potential, and I think we would all like to see this community thriving. OK Falls doesn't have a lot of options for accommodation, and that is the first place to start with getting people to know our community. I am surprised to hear that so many of my neighbors are opposed to having a short-term rental in the neighborhood. Not one person brought their concerns to my attention after I rented my house last summer. From my conversations with my neighbors, my guests did not cause any problems, and by the reviews I received from guests, I was under the impression everyone involved was being respectful. If this were not the case, I would not have applied for this costly permit. My home was so well received by my guests last summer that I wanted to ensure I was able to rent it out again this summer, hence applying for the permit. Airbnb is based on ratings, and I only accept the highest rated guests to stay in my home to ensure my home and neighbors are treated with respect. If I can trust my guests will treat my home with respect, I can only assume they will act in a respectful manner while out in the community. I have a couple of feedback forms with me today in support of my permit. I realized they were supposed to be submitted by April 13th, so I apologize for that. I am trying to do things properly, and this has been a learning curve for me. After reading all the feedback, I decided to follow up with neighbors that had verbally expressed support in previous conversations. So, thank you.
Okay, thanks for the statement. I'll just ask the board if they have any questions that they might want to ask. I see a hand from Director Miller to start. Go ahead, Director Miller.
Thank you, Chair. Kylie, do you have a last name?
McClelland.
Okay, thank you very much.
Director Bush.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, where do you live?
4633 Peach Crescent, Okanagan Falls.
And so when you rent this out, where are you going to live, or is this?
I stay at my parents' house that also is in OK Falls.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Don't believe I'm. Go ahead, Director Coyne.
So the only time you rent this out is when you have an Airbnb client and then you go to your parents' place. It's not taking anything off the rental market.
That is correct. I would just be living in it.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands for questions, so thank you. Oh, go ahead, Director Trainer.
Sorry if I missed this, but were there any complaints from your property from last summer?
No one complained to me, but in the feedback forms, like there was a couple complaints, but these people never came to me directly, and I had spoken to them, so I'm surprised.
Okay, was it noise related?
They're saying that people were speeding, but it's a small cul-de-sac. There's 10 houses. So they were saying there was speeding vehicles and that there was loud noises, but it's a 2-bedroom house and most of my guests are 2 people. It's generally couples with a dog or a child. And so I wasn't there, but my immediate neighbors that have told me that there was no problems. Yeah, I wasn't there, so I don't know what happened, but people have told me it was fine. Other than these.
Can I have one final question?
Sure, go ahead.
Were the RCMP ever called last summer at all?
No.
No, okay.
I mean, not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Thank you.
Director Taylor, question for her?
Thanks very much. I think what you've said helps me a lot. Okanagan Falls is, I mean, people in Heritage Hills are technically Okanagan Falls. That's their mailing address. Can you narrow it down a little bit in terms of where you live? I'm not trying to
sorry. Do you know?
encroach on privacy or anything like that. I'm just.
Yeah, sorry. So it's on McLean Creek, like just under Bighorn Estates.
Good
Yeah.
Any?
When
Okay, you
she's
just, when the
finished,
discussion
then
starts, no questions. Director Gettens.
Thank you, the chair. Before you started renting your house in the summer as an Airbnb, did you let any of your neighbors know that that's the plan that you're going to do? Or did you leave your phone number with any of the neighbors in case there were any complaints?
With neighbors that I have a relationship with, yes, I talked to them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no more. Oh, go ahead, Director Federico.
Yes. Given that the TUP is from May to October, then do you live in the house sort of October to or November to April?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for the brief presentation and answering the question.
Thank you. Sorry if that was long.
No problem. We'll take it back to the board for discussion on the motion that's presently on the floor. So Thank you.
Okay.
Any discussion on this? Sure, I'll go to Director Taylor first and then, go ahead.
I want to be clear. I'm opposed to short-term rentals in a built area that the individual is not on the property. We're getting close here. I think if the individual communicated clearly that she was literally 200 yards away and available on short notice with noise complaints, I think from my perspective, that would go a long way. And I'd be prepared to withdraw my motion if my seconder was willing to do that.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't withdraw, but it can be defeated and make a new motion if that was the route we wanted to go. Director Gettins and then Director Coyne, I think I seen a hand, so.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is an interesting one for me because I'm not a huge, I don't know how I feel about vacation rentals. I have a lot of feelings about them. But when somebody rents out their primary home and you're a young person, I feel like it's more of a mortgage helper and you've got a parent to stay with and everything. Like, I understand that. Houses are expensive. It's a way to kind of make it happen versus buying 4 or 5 homes and leaving them empty all year. I feel like this is a very different thing. I think if the homeowner was willing to share with the neighbors, here's my phone number, this is where I am staying, this is where you please call me immediately, and maybe tighten up the data. I think there's always a learning curve. I know that the citizen's gone now, but it sounds like this might be the first year that maybe this has happened where she's rented out her home. But there's things to learn on how to make this work for everybody. So I don't know. If Director Taylor wants to withdrawal or we vote on it or whatever, I would support that. But I just wanted to say to the citizen, you did a great job, and I appreciated hearing from you. So thanks for speaking.
Okay, Director Coyne?
Yeah, so I'm happy to hear Director Taylor's comments. I've been struggling with this whole vacation rental TUP thing because I really don't think TUPs are the way to go. And here we have, I'll make it clear to the public that I don't have a vote in this. So, this is just my personal opinion. But when we have somebody who is trying to do the right thing, I feel that we have an obligation to try to work with them the best we can to facilitate that in one way or another. And if she's in the community, this is obviously not something, we're not taking a rental off the market. We're not taking away from somebody who needs a home. She lives, this is her home. She's vacating it and she's trying to make a second income off of it. And if I had a vote, I would vote against this motion because I think she's trying to do the right thing. And because of that, I would support defeating this. Thanks.
Okay. Any further discussion? Director Taylor?
I'd just like to hammer the point one more time that I really would like to see the short-term rental review come forward sooner than later, if anything can be done to expedite that. Because right now I feel like we're one-offing things and I don't feel comfortable doing that. We have people coming, submitting applications that don't necessarily give the full information. And so here we are. Yep. We're mucking our way through it. But I would love to see that come forward sooner than later.
Okay, point made. I believe I'm seeing no more hands, so just so everybody's clear, this is a rural vote, and the motion is presently to deny. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Okay, those opposed? Looks to be unanimously defeated. Is there another motion ready to be made? Director Bush?
I'll move the motion to
approve?
To approve, yeah.
The TUP, it's on the floor, it's seconded, thank you. Discussion needed? I don't believe so. I'll call the question again, rural. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to C6, another temporary use permit, this time in electoral area H, CAO.
This is for campground. The property owner wants to use it as a pilot to see if a campground would work in this location. Mr. Chair, it's out in the Tulameen area, not directly adjacent to the Tulameen River, but close, just on the other side of the road. And it is in a floodplain, but we think it's an appropriate use for this parcel, and we are recommending that this be approved.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Stringfellow. Direction on this one.
I just had a couple of questions. In the meeting notes in the application, there was 2 neighbors that wrote in asking for clarification on property lines. One was not in support until they figure out property lines, and one is in support, but still wants to know where the property lines actually are. Is this something we've looked into before we just approve it?
CAO. I'll go to Ben. Go ahead, if you can answer that.
In this case, we haven't, with the understanding that after the temporary use permit, a campground permit would be required per the campground bylaw. So that is something that could be dealt with at that stage of the process.
Okay, but it's not a requirement of the TUP, is my understanding. Go ahead, CAO.
Yeah, we don't determine that, Mr. Chair. We're doing land use. If there's a disagreement between 2 property owners on a property line, they should get it surveyed and work it out.
Yeah, that's generally the way that would work.
Okay. I just didn't understand.
Direction?
Yeah, I'd like to move the administrative recommendation then, please.
Okay, moved. I'm assuming Director Roberts is seconding it, so it's on the floor. Any discussion on this one? Not seeing any hands. Again, this is a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to C7. Electoral H, another temporary use permit. CAO.
Yeah, this is an existing park model that isn't permitted as a year-round residence. So this application for a temporary use permit is to allow a park model, which is really an RV. It's not identified in the building code. We can't do inspections on it. It's not designed for year-round use. So there's no building permit on it, so we don't know if it's a safety issue or not. But this is out by Missoula Lake. We're recommending that this application to use a park model for year-round use be denied, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Again, I'll go to Director Stringfellow. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, busy day. I'd like to make a motion to approve this recommendation.
So you're moving the alternate recommendation or motion to approve. You're seconding it. Thank you. It's on the floor. Any discussion on this? Director Van Elfen.
Thank you. Through the chair, I know I don't have a vote on this, but I'm just curious, are they not CSA approved, these units? Does that not meet the code requirements?
Director, Mr. Garish.
Sorry, I can't speak to the specifics of this one. I believe there is a CSA standard for park models. Whether this one meets it or not, I'm not sure, but that particular CSA standard is not for year-round residential habitation.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
It's strictly for RV or recreational use, but it does.
It looks like one.
Almost looks like a house for sure. I thought I seen a hand over this way. Director Bush.
Yeah, so I think like in Asuyas, they have these park model trailers all over the place, which are used year round. Am I right? Well, and imagine
I'm not sure if they're the same as this, and I'm assuming that if they went into, that they'd have to be CSA approved, but there are different models in different parks, and it's not just one size fits all, I don't think.
Your point is made, though. Any further discussion? I'll go first to Director Roberts and then, and I've got her. Go ahead, Director Roberts.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, because I think it's interesting. I have a park model in my orchard, which is a standard, very similar, but it's at a housing standard. And that was part of the reason why I chose what I purchased. And just looking at this picture, it's hard to tell that it's different from, mine's a bit bigger, but again, when we talk about housing being one of our focuses and concerns, again, I think this highlights in regards to how we look at, different housing strategies and things moving forward, which again, I do know is part of the plan. Thanks.
Okay, I'll go Director Stringfellow and then Director Federico.
I just wanted to clarify, there are conditions on the temporary use permit. They do need to remove it when the permit expires. They have to be connected to the Zula Lake water system, and they have to be connected to on-site septic, and then remediated back once the temporary use permit is done. So they do have to connect to all these standards.
Okay, thank you. Director Federico?
Thank you, yes, through the chair. I'll echo what Tim says. A lot of these are built for year-round, just it's challenging with CSA and different codes that are allowing for that. There are groups that are working on changing that and work with the CSA to, again, allow for different types of housing. And again, as Director Roberts has mentioned, we are looking at different housing options and different affordable and attainable types. And so this does present as one that looks like it's built from housing material, looks like a house, and will fit in with its, I'll say, environment.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, again, this one's a rural vote, and the motion on the floor is to approve. So just so everybody's clear on what we're voting on. Yes, to approve the TUP. That was the motion made. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. Over to C8, the Environmentally Sensitive Development Permit Area Review, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So we've had this ongoing discussion about environmentally sensitive development permits and when they need to be applied and when they're most practical to be applied. And we had proposed a change back in 2020 to the legislation, really saying, let's not do ESDPs at a building permit stage, let's do it at a subdivision stage. And the province and federal government intervened and wanted to audit our ESDP program, which the board agreed with. But they did put a commitment on that it be brought back to the board in March for discussion and update. So it's March.
Yeah, having said that, this one was one that I've been kind of pushing for a number of years, but I do believe we're getting close to actually having that audit back. So I think we should probably wait and hear, but Director Gettins?
Thanks, Chair. I was just going to agree. I think that's the report that was referred to during the planning committee, that the draft is out and out for comment. So we may as well wait until we get the report.
Do we need to defer this then for another 3 months, or can we just?
It's actually back on the table, Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
it was on the table, you referred it.
So it needs to be deferred again. Can I ask, Mr. Garish, is there a proposed date when this is expected to maybe get a presentation to the board?
Well, I've put to the provincial staff that there's upcoming board meetings, 2 in May and 2 in June, and asked them which they would prefer to come to as a delegation in order to present, but I haven't heard back from them yet. So given I've put those 4 different board meetings out, I would assume till the end of June might be sufficient. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Director Wiebe, you have a comment?
Could we make a motion to defer it until we hear words, rather than trying to set an arbitrary month, 2 months, 3 months, is that once it's ready to go, that it's brought to the next board meeting?
Usually we'd have to attach a date, but if we go to the end of June, I think that would be safe. So are you willing to make that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll make that motion. Actually, I was just going to make it to the July 4th meeting, just in case.
An extra one?
Yeah, but we do need a deadline on this. We do need the pressure. We have given them quite a bit of time, and we need to get this wrapped up.
Okay, so there's a motion made. Is there a seconder? Thank you. Discussion on this? Seeing none, this one is a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to C9, which was from this morning's public hearing. CAO.
Yeah, so this is back for third reading, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and this one's the Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw, housekeeping amendments. Someone ready to move this one, get third? You're moving it, Director Monteith? Thank you. Seconder on the floor. Any discussion on this? Sounds fairly straightforward. So again, I'll call the question, and this one is a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us down to finance. Additional gas tax funding for the Willowbrook Fire Hall upgrade, CAO.
Yeah, so this, there is an existing Community Works grant for the Willowbrook Fire Hall of $250,000. There's been some difficulty in finding contractors on that, so Director Knodl's indicated he wants to add 50,000. So part of this 300,000 is 50,000 for the fire hall. The other 250 is for the purchase of a fire truck, and we're recommending that this get first, second, third, and adoption, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Director Knodl has informed me he had to go to a doctor's appointment, so he's hoping someone can move this for him. Moved and seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion? It's a fairly straightforward thing. Good use of the funds to helping out the community. This one is a corporate vote, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to E, Community Services, the Willowbrook Fire Hall expansion and upgrades, CAO.
Yeah, so with the addition of the funds to the Willowbrook Fire Hall, this is then the award of the contract to Smart Kitchen Solutions for $388,900.
Smart Kitchens, I'm assuming you're moving it. Thank you. Is there a seconder? On the floor? Great. Any discussion needed on this one? Director Taylor?
I think we should ask the director for Area C if they're building more than a kitchen.
I'm sure he would appreciate that question, but it does seem an odd that's the company of the name of the company is Kitchens, but obviously they do more than that, so, and I'm sure they'll do a good job. Seeing no other hands, again, corporate vote, call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us down to F1, which is the item that we removed off the consent agenda. Just to be clear, this matter now will be stating that the Growing Community Fund be split equally between the 9 electoral area directors, or electoral areas, I should say, not director. Well, it is directors, but it's by area. So it's the proposal. Is there someone prepared to move that? Moved, seconded. Any discussion needed on this? I think we were all over on this earlier. Seeing no hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Directors Bloomfield, Miller, McCordoff. Motion's carried. All right. Brings us to G, CAO reports. CAO.
Just that we did have our CEO group meeting yesterday, Mr. Chair, and I have already reported on the Emergency Program Act modernization and the Code of Conduct progress. The only other, the other substantive issue that we discussed was the Accessibility BC Act, which is required to be implemented by September of 2023. So that's the requirement for an accessibility committee and an accessibility plan. So we'll be moving forward on that. My understanding is most of the other municipalities have already progressed on that. And we may have an opportunity to work with Summerland, who's in about the same state as us. But we'll be moving quickly to move forward on that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for the update. Any questions for him? Seeing no hands, we'll keep moving along. Down to other business is the chair's report. The only thing I will report on here, well, two things, is everybody's aware the SILGA next week, so we'll be there, and I would appreciate anybody who's prepared to present a motion on or a introduction to the resolutions at SILGA. See me afterwards, and we can maybe share that workload a little bit. I've had a few step forward, and that's great. A few more would not be a bad thing. People get tired of listening to me talk there. As a point, I think we're at least a third of the resolutions are from us for all of SILGA, maybe more than that. So it would be nice to share that a little bit. Board representations. Municipal Finance Authority, we met last March. That one's on the go. Nothing from the municipal insurance. OBWB, Director McCordoff.
Yes, thank you. We had, our last meeting was on April the 4th. Just a couple of things to mention. The Canada Water Agency has donated $100 million. I think that was BC, and the Watershed Security Fund. There's been a letter sent from OBWB to them stating the concerns that we have. $350,000 in grants were awarded to the Water Conservation and Quality Improvement Grants. That will be coming out soon. And James Litley, who is the Deputy Administrator, is speaking to SILGA on Tuesday afternoon. It's one of the earlier sessions. So if you happen to get there, he's really an interesting person dealing with a lot of issues at OBWB and particularly invasive species. So if you're there, please go and attend. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that update. Okanagan Film Commission, Director Gettins.
Thank you to the chair. I think there's some interesting things in the works right now. I know John is running around everywhere and he's spending quite a bit of time in our area in this milkweed, so we'll see how that goes the next time.
All right, thank you. Okanagan Regional Library, Director Monteith.
Thank you. So I am not able to attend the next meeting, but Director Verdugo will be there.
All right, sounds good. Sterile Insect Release, Director Bush.
Nothing really. I have a steering committee meeting coming up in May and with the Ministry of Agriculture people and whatnot.
Okay, so we'll hear more in the future. Simia, Director Conodal's not here, so Director Coyne.
Our next SIMIA meeting is May 4th, which is during our board meeting. So I believe Director Conodal's not going to go, so I'm going to go because I represent both the regional district and the town.
So you'll sneak out for that one.
It's in person in Kelowna this time. So first one.
It's been a number of years since they've actually met. Starling Control, Director Bush.
Yeah, no meetings.
Nothing there. Betsy, BC, I think
Good
is
for
how
you.
it's pronounced.
You said it right. Yes, we had a board meeting on March the 24th where we looked at the 3-year financial plan, the operating plan, the budget, and that's available on the ETSI-BC website if anybody's interested. The funding for grants are April 1st to May 1st, so if you're interested, go on there and have a look. And we meet every 3 months. So that was the first one for the year. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. That brings us down to director's motions. You got a director's motion, Director Taylor. Go ahead.
Yeah, whether this is a motion or notice of motion, up to you for consideration, but I would like a letter of support to the Minister of Housing regarding Subscaha Housing Society's or in support of Subscaha Housing Society's request for grant funding for a second building.
Okay, how soon do they need it? Is it needed by a certain date?
No.
Okay.
I could wait.
Can wait? Okay, well, let's deal with it at the next meeting then. We'll put that as the notice of motion. Okay. I don't think there's an issue with it in general, usually not for those, but we'll follow the usual procedure. Any other director's motions? CAO, you're going to make a director's motion?
Not a motion, Mr. Chair, but could I just ask, when directors get a request for a letter of support, could you ask the group to forward us a letter or some indication of what they're looking for or some information that we can draft our letter around? Make it much easier.
Okay, that's good advice. And seeing no other hands for director's motions, board members' verbal updates. First hand here, I'll go to Director Coyne. Go ahead.
Just because you asked if I would give an update after Kofi. So last week was Kofi, Council of Forest Industry, annual conference up in Prince George. It was a very different conference than years past. The mood was different, we'll say. Big issues around permitting and the future of the industry. A lot of it around the permitting, and permitting is being challenged. I guess it's challenging. A lot of it has to do with the way they're trying to fold UNDRIP and DRIPA into the permitting system and whatnot. So there's a lot of uncertainty right now. The Premier brought it up in his closing remarks that it is something the province is looking at trying to speed up and streamline. For us specifically, one of the big pieces of news was the province is going to do LiDAR for the entire province, and it's going to be accessible to everybody. So we will have LiDAR for everything, which should help with some other permitting issues like ARC and water and stuff. So that was a big news. The industry's been asking for that for about 15 years. So it's finally coming through. And then one of the other topics we had in a private meeting with the Premier and the Minister of Forest was expediting the permits post-fire. When a tree burns, you only have so long before it becomes non-viable for saw log. So we brought that to the Premier's attention, asking that this system gets streamlined and sped up, because right now, for instance, up by Rock Creek, Weyerhaeuser has a license on that. That wood is mostly going for pulp now because it's no longer viable for saw log. So it takes a lot of fiber out of the market. So so there seemed to be some reception on that too. So that just makes everything more viable, which makes our economies and our valley more secure. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for the update on that. Director Gettins.
I sent everybody an invite as well, but I just want to remind you that Community Foundation's doing their 30th anniversary event tonight at the Lakeside. Doors open at 4:30. Looks like a great event. The Yantee's there. They've got a great wine sponsor and a few other sponsors, so it should be pretty nice.
Okay, thank you for that. Director Monteith.
And thank you. So it is National Volunteer Week. So putting on my other executive director hat of the South Okanagan Smoke Mean Volunteer Center, we are having a volunteer appreciation breakfast this Saturday from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Gyro Park. So please come out and celebrate volunteerism in the region. And I'm going to give a little sneak peek of a little volunteer appreciation bag that the City of Penticton Total Restoration and Visit Penticton and Flat Tiles put together. It's got regional volunteers all over it. So it'll be a thank you to volunteers for all that they do for our communities during National Volunteer Week and throughout the year. So excited to appreciate the volunteers because they do add so much to our communities and keep them vibrant and connected. So yeah, hope others can attend. I hear Mayor Bloomfield might be cooking pancakes. With the City of Penticton Fire Department will also be there to help cook pancakes as well. So lots of hands on deck to make sure our volunteers get a great breakfast.
Okay, so that's good news. Thank you for that. Any other verbal updates from anybody? Not seeing any hands. Looking for a motion then to adjourn. Moved, seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. And we'll see most of you at Silga next week for sure.
I got a whole
Have your team request some.